Fox Sports.
We are Black Hawks. We are San Diego.
Rare precipitation in San Diego today, but how about the storm? Raining base hits last night, a barrage from the Padres, 20 hits, the most ever in a 9-inning game, as they piled up a 10-1 victory over the Atlanta Braves. Oh my. Well, rain today. Luke Yoder, head groundskeeper, getting his team together. Here's how you do it. You got to pull it on, you got to pull it off. Try not to get underneath the tarp. That can be a bad thing. And everything almost smooth. Now those air pockets will get you every time. As we welcome you to Saturday baseball under most unusual August conditions in San Diego, the Atlanta Braves, a game and a half out of first place in the National League East against the San Diego Padres. Well, everyone's a bit giddy. The weather's different, and all those base hits make for happiness.
Yeah, and let's look at reality. I mean, it's nice that we don't see that tarp a lot. Luke Yoder is very blessed to be here in San Diego with the weather, but you know what? They're going through a little routine right now. They got it done. Everything will be A-OK.
That's right. Well, how about today now from the did they save enough runs? And maybe Tommy Medica has one more big swing in his bat.
I think so, and I think they can't get to Irvin Santana. We're going to have to wait and see. But if Tommy Medica and the rest of the Padres can keep swinging it, last night 5 for 5, one of the best days in the big leagues for anybody. And what do? You got to put him in the lineup the next day. So pulling the baseball with authority. Here's what I love about Tommy. He is not afraid to swing the bat aggressively. He doesn't feel for the baseball, and when that happens, you might get beat up and in, but you have enough oomph behind it to where you can get a knock. Last night was he played first base, played left field, but Dick, last night he really used the whole field, did he not?
Did he not? That last base hit to go 5 for 5 trickled so slowly it barely made it to the outfield grass. Well, Medica became the first Padre rookie ever to go 5 for 5 in a 9-inning game. How about Ian Kennedy, the strikeout master?
Well, it's not how you start, it's how you finish. In June, he was 1-3, in July 3-0. He's got to keep the pitch count down. First time against Atlanta this year, third most in strikeouts. The Atlanta Braves, and Ian Kennedy is a strikeout pitcher. So this looks good for Kennedy tonight.
And talk about strikeouts, 11 punch-outs for Irvin Santana. He shut out the Padres 2-0 on Monday.
Yeah, the 31-year-old right-hander, when Chris Medlin and Brandon Beachy went down, they needed to sign a free agent. He is slider heavy. He is very aggressive. Those 11 strikeouts, and he did not walk a San Diego Padre. They got to be early on the fastball and get to him early in the game.
A borrowed bat, but not blue. Kate Osborne has that story when we return to Petco. Another one. That one isn't going to come down till it hits the upper deck. Oh, my. Grandal's bat works again. Medica back-to-back home runs.
Well, there's something to be said about being comfortable, and Tommy Medica experienced it firsthand last night with his 438-foot home run when he wasn't using his bat, but instead he was using Yasmani Grandal's.
It's a really big bat. I don't know. It's a really, really big bat. So it's kind of funny that you swing it, and I don't know if it's working. So I'm gonna keep swinging until it stops. I just picked it up, and felt good in my hand, and swung it and worked out well. So I'm gonna try it again today.
And that was your Geico quote of the game. Well, with 20 hits last night, can the Padres continue their hot hitting against Irvin Santana? Stay tuned as Mark Grant and Dick Enberg with the call coming up next.
Ian Kennedy, his first strikeout of the night. Got him swinging.
Ian's in a groove tonight. He's pounding the zone.
Strike three. Kennedy builds a strikeout total. Struck him out. That's exactly what Kennedy was thinking. Averaging over 9 strikeouts per 9-inning game is Ian Kennedy as he seeks his 9th win of the season in his 23rd start. As we welcome you to Petco Park. Still high overcast. Apparently the rain, light rain, periodically throughout the day has passed through. And this man, the right-hander from the University of Southern California, ready to throw a few thunderbolts at the Atlanta Braves as the Padres take the field on this Saturday night. Big crowd here on baseball night in San Diego. And a look at the Atlanta Braves starting lineup brought to you by Mattress Discounters. Much like the ones we have seen in the last week. Upton leading off, then LaStella, Freeman in the 3rd slot, Justin Upton the cleanup hitter. Jason Hayward back in the lineup. He's missed the last 4 games, last 4 starts with a bad back. Evan Gattis, he beat the Padres with a home run last Monday. Chris Johnson at 3rd. Andrelton Simmons, the shortstop, and Irvin Santana on the mound.
Well, hopefully for Ian Kennedy, he can keep the Braves at bats quiet last night. They only had 4 hits in the scouting report brought to you by Jaguar of San Diego. And the fastball command is always key. Talked to manager Bud Black, and that was the first thing out of his mouth. And keep the middle of the order quiet for the Braves. I'm talking Freeman, Upton, Hayward, even Gaddis. They can do some damage. If he contains those guys in the lineup, he should have a good night in the big leagues.
And here are the men behind him on the defensive side for the Padres, brought to you by the Aramco Group. Tommy Medica with the 2 home runs last night earns a start against a right-hander. He's in left field. Venable in center, and Seth Smith, the right fielder. Solarte Cabrera on the left side. Jerko and Alonso at second and first. Rene Rivera behind the plate for the 29-year-old from Huntington Beach, Ian Kennedy.
Hey, Tommy Medica going sans undershirt. Straight jersey on this muggy night here in downtown San Diego.
74 degrees. And the wind usually out of the northwest, out of the southwest. The rain coming up from Baja front normally hits Arizona, but we got a little taste of it today. Jim Reynolds calling the balls and strikes tonight with Brian Knight, Fielden Culbreth, the crew chief, and Chris Siegel on the bases.
That's all hit, no Fielden Culbreth.
That's
he could hit. Kind of questionable with the glove.
That's right. What a name.
Yeah.
Perfect for. He was meant to be. His parents said taking that name, meant to be an umpire or a ball player. Ready to go. B.J. Upton settles in, and Ian Kennedy winds, and the first pitch of the game is in for a strike. 89 on his first fastball. That's one of the reasons why Kennedy has been very successful. Put a little on, take a little off the fastball. He'll be faster than that during the course of the night. They're 1 mile an hour faster. Strike 2.
Just heating up. Shouldn't have any problem getting loose tonight after the warm-ups in the bullpen. And after 2 pitches. It's all about location. Command of that fastball. We mentioned that in the scouting report.
Out of play. Well, these Braves are hungry tonight for a win. Their road trip. They lost 3 tough ones in Atlanta, and then were beaten up rather badly. Freddie Gonzalez's crew last night 10-1. So they're 0-4 on the trip. 2 more here and then 2 in Seattle before they go back to Atlanta. Waste the breaking ball. 1-2.
Gonna have to keep an eye on Ian Kennedy as we take a look at the NL East. Hey, tight race there, huh? Even New York, well, even Philadelphia 10.5 out. You never know what's going to happen.
Nationals just a game and a half in front of the Braves. 2-2. Meanwhile, the Padres are 12.5 back of Los Angeles. They lost a game to the Giants in yesterday's play. San Francisco now in second place, 2.5 back. And from 0-2 to a full count. All 3 pitches wide. Rookie Tommy La Stella on deck. Wow. 4 straight balls after jumping in front, 2 strikes, and Upton, the fastest of the Braves, is aboard on a leadoff walk.
Yeah, he tried to bring it back in, Rene Rivera, but it was clearly off the plate. That's a tough one right there.
Yeah, you don't
right
want
out of the gate, huh?
Yeah, you don't want to walk the leadoff man right off the bat. And Upton, a good base stealer, leads the team in stolen bases with 18. Token toss over at first.
I think he's thinking right along with you there, Dick. Ian Kennedy.
Upton used his speed last night to rob Jerko of a hit. Would have been a bases clearing double. Just outran the ball. Bunted in the air, foul. Upton, La Stella, Freeman, and then brother Justin Upton hitting cleanup for Atlanta. St. John's University, the Red Storm in Queens, New York. La Stella's collegiate team. Whoa. Almost walked right into that. Catch that one in the chest. Last night, Jerko ripped one to left center field. Look at the range of B.J. Upton as he just outraced the line drive. Almost 40 feet to make that diving catch.
Yeah, that ball hooking away from Upton as well. Big league play right there.
1-1 and 2-1. So Kennedy struggling a bit with his early command.
I think sometimes pitchers fall into the category of trying to be a little bit too fine. I think Ian Kenny's got the strikeouts this year. That's a proven little nugget. And if he tries to be a little bit too fine, maybe fall behind a little bit rather than attacking the zone like he has before. Like that.
Foul tip.
You know, that's right down the middle, knee high. Good four-seam fastball.
Quite a July for Ian Kennedy. 3-0 in the month just passed, and a 2.53 ERA, and hitters batting only .205 against his offering in July. Looking for a win tonight to even his record at 9-9.
Going to have to keep an eye on Ian Kennedy as well tonight. Which breaking ball will be the most effective? Which one will he dip down and throw to these Braves hitters? Will it be the curveball? We've seen one of those already. Will it be the slider? Will he mix in more changeups tonight?
Upton goes. Ground ball, and they'll stay out of the double play. Not hit that hard anyway, and Jerko throws out LaStella. Upton moves into scoring position with one out for Freddie Freeman and brother Justin Upton. Freeman frustrated last night. 0 for 4, 3 ground outs and a strikeout. Said he got a lot of good pitches to hit. He just couldn't barrel them up against Eric Stultz and the bullpen for the Padres. Line drive, fair ball. Atlanta's going to score early as B.J. Upton rounds third and scores on a double by Freeman. His 60th run batted in this year. A leadoff walk. They'll come around to haunt you.
Well, it looked like a changeup down and in to Freddie Freeman. He kind of yanked it a little bit because Rene Rivera wanted it down and away. Well, Freeman stays back on that one nicely.
Brings up Justin Upton with Freeman at second. 1-0 Braves. Their only run last night was unearned. They were anxious to get out here today and do some damage. See if they can hold them at 1. Kennedy at strike 1. Last night Atlanta was 1 for 12 with runners in scoring position. 1 for 12. 1 for 1 today. Nice numbers for the cleanup man Justin Upton. One and one.
You know what? It just doesn't look like Ian's getting. How can I say it? It's almost like he's feeling the ball towards the plate rather than being violent towards the plate with his delivery. Mm-hmm. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does. Yeah, he's not being aggressive, pushing it forward.
He's more. I guess that's a simple way to put it. He doesn't look as violent as he used to. It's almost like he's feeling more towards home plate. As we slow it down, I mean, mechanically, I mean, you know, he's always been very, very sound. Love that phantom cam. Getting up on top.
1-2 now to Justin Upton. Slaps that one foul. Upton has struck out 112 times this year, and that's not the worst on the roster. His brother BJ has been punched out 135 times as a leadoff man. But he's walked today and came around to score on the double by Freeman. See Freddie Freeman there, lower right of your screen at second base. 1-2. Back on the lineup, Jason Hayward, the right fielder, after resting that sore back. 4 games. And a meeting at the mound. Hayward out of the lineup on this road trip, and his presence missed. 0 for 4. The Braves without him. Well, it's U.S. Army National Guard Day, Military Sunday tomorrow. We hope you've made your plans. Tyson Ross will be on the mound for the Padres, and former Padre and San Diego State Aztec Aaron Harang, who is 9-6, will do the pitching for Atlanta. That ball cascading through the seats and finally falls downstairs. There's the big right-hander Ross with a 2.60 season ERA. And Aaron Harang, free agent pickup, and has done a great job for Atlanta. 9-6.
He's having a good year.
Fountain of youth at 36. In the dirt. And a full count now to Justin Upton.
Remember, Ian missed his last start. Remember when Jason Lane towed the slab in Atlanta? It was the left side, left oblique, the front side of the right-handed starter. And I tell you what, if you don't, that oblique, it's in between the rib cage and the waistline. And that if you don't get to that and make that heal quickly, that could lead to some big problems.
Another foul. And you wonder whether maybe, at least here at the start, Kennedy, pitching carefully against that, making sure it is solid.
I don't like to speculate, but the fact is that he did miss the start because of that. And I'll tell you what, Dick, like any sport, when you train in between starts, you do your treatment, and then you get out of the game, and that adrenaline starts pumping. It's a whole different game. I mean, no pun intended, but you got the crowd, you got the hitters. I mean, this, the spotlight is on you.
And he walked him. So a couple of walks from Kennedy with Freddie Freeman's double. And a long first inning, and that'll bring Darren Balsley to the mound to talk with Ian. B.J. Upton and Justin Upton with walks.
Talked to Darren many times before each pitcher's start, and I said to him, I said, what do you mention when you go out there? He goes, well, sometimes it's mechanical, sometimes it's a scouting report. And I asked him one particular day after an Eric Stoltz start, I said, that one time you went out to Eric, he was missing location with the fastball. What did you say to him? He goes, you know what? I tell him to spin the fastball. Remember in the pregame show we talked about spin rate?
Right.
Darren believes when you get on top of the baseball and you spin it, you have a better chance of getting a little bit more on the baseball and hitting your spot, staying on it longer up top, and spinning it. Just remember to spin that baseball as much as you can.
Well, trying to stay out of a big inning, Kennedy. He's got 2 men on, 1 runs in, 1 out to Jason Hayward. One of 5 Braves in the starting lineup with 40 RBIs or more. Ground ball knocked down nicely by Alonso at first base. He saved a run or 2 on that play as the runners move up. That ball goes into the right field corner, and the Braves are leading 3-0.
Hey, nobody said it had to be pretty. Nobody said it had to be fielded cleanly. Off the heel of the glove, kept it in front of him. Now Ian can battle to get 1 more out and leave those runners stranded. Leave it at 1 run for the Braves this inning.
Evan Gattis. It was a scoreless tie, remember, with Jason Lane on the mound against tonight's pitcher Irvin Santana. And then Gattis with a home run in the 7th inning, and the Braves got 1 other in a 2-0 win. Powerful 260-pounder behind the plate. Breaking ball misses outside. Freeman with 60 RBIs, Upton 63, Hayward 42, Gattis at the plate 42, and Chris Johnson on deck with 47 runs batted in. Padres have no one with as many as 40. 1-1. get Hayward and Gaddis back into that starting lineup for Freddie Gonzalez. That's a pretty impressive list of hitters. You got Chris Johnson hitting 7th at 278 with 47 runs batted in. And that ball line foul. Watch out down there.
A little bit too quick to the breaking ball. Not really the best breaking ball for me, and he kind of left it up there, and thank goodness it was in and up a little bit, enabling him to be out in front of it a little bit too quickly and fouling it off. That's a tough ball to keep fair there when he's that quick to the baseball.
1 ball, 2 strikes. 27th pitch of the inning coming up. And he got him looking. Well, he added off 1 run in that inning. Not so bad after all. Here come the Padres, bottom of the first. By Petco, the power of together. And by your San Diego Lexus dealer. A rare August day with some precipitation in our fine city. No rain at the moment. The field was covered during the day as we go to the Padres lineup, brought to you by Toyota, led by Everth Cabrera. 4 hits last night for Cabrera. Scored a run, knocked in 1. Scored a couple of runs, in fact. Then Jan Solarte hit 2nd. Seth Smith back in the lineup against a right-hander in the 3rd slot. Jed Jerko will hit cleanup. Tommy Medica bats 5th. Will Venable in center field hits 6th. Then Yonder Alonso, Rene Rivera, and Ian Kennedy. Irvin Santana, 32 years of age. He was stunningly good.
He was.
Atlanta.
11 strikeouts, no free passes. He is slider heavy. He likes to throw that anytime. And he's aggressive in the strike zone. And that was a proven fact against the Padres in Atlanta. As I just mentioned, no walks. He went right after him. Will the Padres hop all over the first pitch fastball early in the count?
First pitch is in there at 91. Cabrera, 225 his average against Santana. Santana came up to the big leagues, signed by the Angels in 2000 in the Dominican Republic, and his pitching coach was Buddy Black. Debuted as a big leaguer in 2005. Quickly ahead of Cabrera, 2 strikes. See the 7-15 Henry Aaron patch on the right sleeve of the Braves. And 3 pitches, and Cabrera's gone. Check the defense of the Braves. Brought to you by Honda. Justin Upton in left, B.J. Upton in center, and Jason Hayward in right field. The infield around the horn: Johnson, Simmons, La Stella, and Freeman. Gaddis behind the plate for Santana. 10-6 the record for Santana this year. 3.63 ERA.
Hayward patrolling right field. Big arm out there and right. Solarte from the Yankees in the Chase Headley deal, hitting .325 as a Padre. 13 for 40. A couple of home runs and 8 runs batted in. 1-1. So for the season, Solarte has 8 home runs, and counting his Yankee totals, 39 runs batted in. That's a strike. Johan Ramon Santana changed his name to Irvin because there was already a Johan Santana in the big leagues. Said Irvin sounded kind of cool.
Yeah, I like Irvin.
Yeah,
it's a cool name. Yeah,
got enough marks around, that's for sure.
No kidding.
Loaded with marks.
He's got the Guante Rojo working, the red glove. Mentioned in Atlanta, looked like it was right out of the box.
2-2 to Solarte. And another strikeout. Well, that's what he did to the Padres in Atlanta. Struck out 11 to match his season high. Let's take a look at the keys to the game. Brought to you by your Honda dealers of San Diego County.
Hey, sometimes you win, sometimes you lose. Up to this point, avoid the strikeout. 2 strikeouts so far for Santana. And get pitch count up early for the right-hander and take your chances. See if the Padres can start putting the ball in play.
Seth Smith, leading Padre hitter at .292. Early on, 1-0 Atlanta here in the first inning. Foul ball.
Santana flipping a changeup up there, first pitch to Seth Smith. You know, you have to have that slider in the back of your mind. You're always looking to hunt the fastball, but pulling the string first pitch, not a bad idea.
.93, and that had a lot of movement. Lanky 6'2" and 185-pound Santana. Threw a no-hitter 3 years ago when he was with the Angels against the Indians. Fly ball lifted to left. Justin Upton, plenty of time, and Santana, just as he worked in Atlanta, very impressive early. Lead in the first inning. As we go to the top of the second, Chris Johnson, Andrelton Simmons, and Irvin Santana to hit for Atlanta. Johnson, 278 average. Good season, 8 home runs and 47 runs batted in.
Good curveball right there by Ian, and it's all about bouncing back and making an adjustment. Hopefully Ian Kennedy can do just that. Retire Chris Johnson here. Pretty good numbers in 106 games. And have a quick inning.
He's really made hay against left-handed pitching this season. Checks there. He leads the majors, in fact, with a .433 batting average against lefties. And he showed that last night. Eric Stultz gave up only 2 hits, and they were both off the bat of Chris Johnson.
Wow, look at that split. You just mentioned it, Dick.
Well, Kennedy had to use 27 pitches to get through the first inning. And no easy hitters yet for him. 2-2 now to Chris Johnson. Got him. Changeup, second strikeout. Kate Osborne is with us. Kate, what do you have for us?
Well, Dick, Andrew Kashner was out throwing another bullpen session today, and I got a chance to talk with him after, and he said it was good. Actually, it was phenomenal. He said all of his pitches felt good, and he said that he felt a lot of control in himself. He just wasn't feeling any kind of pain. Bud Black also confirmed that he has another bullpen session in Minnesota and hopes that Andrew Kashner will start in Lake Elsinore on Friday, guys.
All right, good. Thank you, Kate. Good report. Let's hope the big right-hander will be able to join what is becoming an outstanding rotation for Bud Black. Simmons, the shortstop. 1-1. Here's their number 8 hitter, and he has 36 runs batted in. Gold glove to boot. Line foul.
That's turning on a fastball right there. Or a changeup, rather. I stand corrected. Changeup. Whatever. Strike 2.
That's baseball.
Yeah. Does he have him set up for the old 4-seamer down and away right here?
Too far outside, and he's been
the glove side, not there, huh, Dick?
So far, he's been wide on almost every fastball on the outside to a right-handed hitter.
Seems like kind of yanking a little bit, you know, getting it out there and not finding that release point.
And misses away again. That was close. But another full count.
Well, here's the delivery again from Ian Kennedy. You know, he's always been solid. Front side, glove tuck, get up on top. Good extension out in front.
And ball 4, a 1-out walk. That's the second free pass. Third free pass from Kennedy. Walk 2 in the first inning. No defense for that. Base on balls. And that sets up the sacrifice for Santana. Checks with his infield to see who's covering second on a comebacker. Santana, not a bad hitter. He's collected 5 hits this year. That's a good bunt. Really good. Rivera had to pounce. And quickly someone covers third base as Simmons started to edge his way toward third base, but the sacrifice perfect.
Santana was all the way up in the box, the front right corner. If you're looking down on, look at his front foot in the front right corner of home plate.
That's a good idea. Yeah. If you make any contact, you're already in fair territory.
And a great play by Rivera, being quick to the baseball and firing a strike.
That takes us to the top of the order for Atlanta, and B.J. Upton, who walked and scored the run for the Braves in the first inning. Curveball missing. 2-0. BJ stands for Boss Man Jr. His dad, a good athlete, Norfolk State in his day. Name is Manny, but BJ's not Manny Jr. He's Boss Man. That was Dad's nickname. I like it. That's in there. 91.
Good movement on that as well. Had some two-seam action to it.
A walk and a sacrifice. Simmons at second base with 2 outs.
His brother looks on there. Justin taking it all in.
Look at the forearms on him. Yeah, the pattern for Kennedy has been alarmingly the same. Fastballs outside, outside, outside. 3 balls and a strike with first base open. Left-handed hitter LaStella next. Went around weakly on that pitch.
Bad hack on the slider from Ian Kennedy. Trainer Todd Hutchison sitting next to Bud Black in a bird's eye view. That's some guys can't hit the hanging slider. Either that or BJ Upton was looking for totally something different than that slider. That totally fooled him. And you would think as a pitcher, right? You throw that pitch, you want to throw him another one?
I'm not sure you want to put it right there.
Yeah.
Full count. 45 pitches, 2 innings for Kennedy. Got him. Couple of strikeouts in the second, 3 strikeouts in the game for Ian Kennedy. 1-0 Atlanta. Nothing Atlanta. Time for the cold hard fact, brought to you by Frost Brewed Coors Light. Padres records: most hits in a game at Petco. 1994 Padres batted .267 before the All-Star break and .299 after. The 32-point increase, the largest in team history. That's pertinent to the 20-hit attack, the most ever in a 9-inning game at Petco Park for the Padres last night. And this man has been hitting the ball squarely since coming off the DL. Jed Jerko. And he pops that one shallow and right. That's a long run, but able to get there is Hayward. 1 pitch, 1 out. And Tommy Medica steps up off his 5 for 5 last night. Home run the first time up lower deck. Then he went top tier, and that was a huge swing and 430 feet, the home run. Then he chopped a single to shortstop. Simmons, even with the Gold Glove, couldn't get it. Look at this base hit. It's still hardly rolling into the outfield. 5 for 5 for Medica, and he has a 5. Well, let's see, 13 for 31 against Atlanta in 8 games. So he's hitting .419 against the Braves in his career with 3 home runs.
He's been fun to watch. More at bats, confidence builds. You have some success. You want to get to the yard. You want to get in that lineup. You want to start swinging.
He goes around. He has been much more effective against left-handed pitching, and so basically platooned by Bud Black. But with the 2 home runs, he earned the right to start against the right-hander Santana tonight.
You see on the outfield that B.J. Upton is on the first base side of second base, just a little bit to go the other way in the outfield. Huge gap in left center field, and kind of playing to pull a little bit on the infield.
464 since the break, and Jerko 421. So there's 2 men that have really boosted the Padre offense since the All-Star game.
And the opposing pitchers are going to try to make adjustments, right, to have those numbers plummet. So it's Tommy Medica's job and Jed Jerko's job to adjust to the pitchers.
Inside.
And that fastball there is probably a setup for a slider down and away.
Given up only 9 home runs this year, Santana. And he, like Kennedy, an excellent July, 4-1. Up the middle, and 6 for 6 is Tommy Medica. The Padres have their first hit.
So Santana goes back-to-back fastballs. Fastball in at the belt buckle, trying to locate down and away. Gaddis down and away, but look at right down the outer third, and he beats the shift. They were playing him to pull. Just to the right of Santana. Oye, como vas is Tommy Medica.
Timed that 95-mile-an-hour fastball.
I say go shirtless the rest of the year.
A little rakish, don't you think?
Yeah.
Will Venable. And he grounds it into right field, right under the heels of Medica. Medica tears around second to third. Long throw by Hayward that allows Venable to go into second base. Well, Hayward has a very strong arm, but didn't have much of a chance at all to get Medica. And he missed the cutoff man. That moves Venable to second.
Absolutely right, Dick. Everybody's in motion. Tommy Medica did not break stride rounding second base. And look at that big arc in the throw from Hayward. Crack of the bat, off and running, a flash look. He's not putting on the brakes. And you know what? Not only does Medica, you pick up the ball and then you don't put on the brakes. Will Venable looks ahead. He sees that throw. He takes the 90 feet. That's smart base running.
So the Padres with 1 out have the tying and go-ahead score in position for Yonder Alonso. Pinch double last night. And he's had the best mark against Santana, 3 for 4 in a couple of games, couple of doubles. And he pops it up. Left field, this might be a chance. Justin Upton circling, score. The bluff by Medica. And watch out, Venable almost got too far toward third. And Upton with a strong throw. So Alonso unable to get the run home on and out. 2 away. Boy, he likes to swing at the first pitch, doesn't he?
Yep. Well, from third base, Tommy Medica's got to time it. Caught, tag, bluff. And Will Venable was very aggressive off the bat. He was almost a third of the way to third base.
And with 2 outs, Rene Rivera, the hitter.
Hey, you know what? Regarding Yonder Alonso, hey, if it's a pitch there, first pitch right down the middle, and you like it, hack at it. I got no problem with that.
So here is Rivera with first base open and the pitcher due next. And they're not going to pitch to Rivera. They'll load the bases, take their chances on Ian Kennedy. And Kennedy is the one Padre, and pitchers are proud of their hitting. He's got 4 RBIs this year and a home run.
Well, look at Santana. He just lobs the ball up there. I was never really a big fan of that. I always like to use the regular leg kick, good firm throw to try to stay in that groove, that rhythm. You're not going to throw a 92-mile-an-hour pitch out, but at least use your regular leg kick. It'll be interesting to see. Remember with that oblique problem with Ian Kennedy, if he's going to be swinging the bat here.
That's how he injured that left side. So Kennedy steps up with the bases full of Padres. 2 outs here in the second. Medica the tying run at third. Venable the go-ahead score at second. Rivera filling the bases at first. Medica alert there at third in case the ball should skip through the catcher Gaddis. Ball one. Tried to get him to go after that slider. One and one, 94 on the heater. Two singles and a walk. Bases loaded for the Padres. And 1 and 2.
Looking more like a curveball or a bigger slider. More depth to it. More 12-6 break rather than, you know, side to side. Look at him get up on top of that. And that slider breaks straight down.
That's what was baffling the Padre hitters in Atlanta on Monday. And with 2 strikes, he tries to bunt, and that's strike 3. Third strikeout for Santana. The Padres leave the bases loaded. It remains 1-0 Atlanta. We were saddened to hear the news today that Pete Van Wieren, longtime announcer for the Atlanta Braves, 33 years in the booth calling Atlanta Braves action, also an outstanding basketball announcer in any sport, for the man they called the Professor because of his knowledge of baseball and all sports. He was 69 years of age, succumbed to cancer in the late hours, and will be missed. What a beautiful, smooth, comforting voice Pete Van Wieren brought to the Atlanta airwaves. Just shy of his 70th birthday. Cowardly cancer takes another. Gonna beat that rascal one of these days.
Tell you what, a gentleman, a class guy who just made you feel like one of the guys, because I had the honor to wear the Braves uniform for a year and a half, and Pete was part of the broadcast team, and just a guy who welcomed you with open arms and great sense of humor, great at his craft, and dearly missed. He will be dearly missed.
La Stella leading off the third inning. 2-1 the count. Grounded to second his first time. Fly ball to left. That'll send Medica back a couple of steps and then back in a couple. One away. Brings up Freddie Freeman. Freeman, the only Atlanta hit, but it was a big one, a double into the right field corner to score B.J. Upton in the first inning.
Well, the shift is on the right side. 3 on the right. Outfield kind of maybe just going the other way a little bit. And one lone infielder at that shortstop position. Everett Cabrera.
Freeman, the Iron Man for the Braves, and one of only 3 National Leaguers to play every game of this season. There's the shift. Two and 0. Foul. Change up. It's only 24. Fountain Valley hit .319 last year. Earned himself an 8-year deal with the Braves. Tried to go to left field. Off the fist, foul into the seats down the right field side.
That ball almost hit Freeman in the chest, it looked like. See how far inside that pitch was? And he got to that ball down below the label and fouled it off. Check out where this pitch is to Freeman. Boy.
Talk about inside out.
Yeah.
Sprays that one foul. And he's up there again amongst the important offensive statistics. Most times at the plate. 6th in extra base hits. Inside, and another full count. 1 out here in the third. And he walks Freeman. 4 bases on balls so far from Kennedy.
Well, time now for the tools of the trade, brought to you by Ram Trucks. Let's go back to last night. Shortstop Everett Cabrera, Freddie Freeman at the plate. Oh, you got to hit it to another guy, or you got to hit it more up the hole, Freddie Freeman, because Everett Cabrera does the old whirling dervish, and then he uses the one hop over to Tommy Medica to get Freddie Freeman. Picking up his pitcher, a stellar play for Everett Cabrera. All that in a dirty uniform.
Was it ever? Justin Upton walked the first time. Goes for the downs, but can't find the breaking ball.
Looks like that wind is blowing from left to right.
Strike 2.
That's the pitch that Ian Kennedy needs to hone in and start dotting that with regularity. That glove side fastball down and away to the right-handed hitters.
1 out here in the third. Atlanta with a 1-0 lead. Freeman aboard on a walk. Bluff throw by Rivera. So 60 pitches already with 1 out in the third. So it's not likely that Kennedy's going to go very deep in this game unless the Braves start swinging at the first pitch. Strike three. Upton caught looking. Does not like the call of Jim Reynolds. That is 4 strikeouts for Kennedy.
Well, watch the glove of Rivera. And you know what? Oh, he may have gotten a call there. But you know what? Couple of things. One is that's a big league hang with him. And secondly, that's baseball. And you can see the Fox Tracks pitch number 4 in off the plate.
And Upton did have reason to complain, but Kennedy logs his 4th strikeout. Jason Hayward grounded to first. He comes out ripping.
There's that 91-mile-an-hour fastball that hard to the plate and just can't seem to square it up.
Changeup.
Tell you what, the way Ian Kennedy's throwing this inning with the location of the fastball and the nice changeup doesn't seem to be any issues as he's getting up on top. He's getting good extension, good follow through, good high backside. All indications that, hey, here in the 3rd inning, good to go.
Shift is on. There goes the runner. Big jump and the ball fouled away. Freeman had stolen second base stolen, but Hayward had to protect with 2 strikes. That was a surprise attack by Freeman. He's not stolen the base all year. I don't think he's topped 91 yet, and in previous games he's gone 93, 94. So maybe that side just enough to make a bit of difference. It may be impacting his command control. He's walked 4. Got him with another changeup. 5 strikeouts, however. And Kennedy has retired the Braves in the 3rd. The Padres need a run to tie.
Earlier, watching them put the tarp on, and I noticed a number of guys kept coming out on the field to see the tarp because they'd never seen the tarp on the field. Jerko came out, wanted to see the tarp on the field in San Diego.
Yeah, a lot of folks up here in the press box said, especially from Atlanta, we didn't know you even had a tarp in San Diego. With Yoder orchestrating the move. That'll be in the memory bank now. The grounds crew, and as always, the field in A1 condition. And we start the bottom of the third with Everett Cabrera, then Solarte and Smith. 1-0 Atlanta. In the dirt, ball one. Brought third baseman Johnson hustling in from third. Nice little 3-game stretch for Cabrera with a bat. There's 4 of those hits last night.
My buddy was talking before the game about Everett in the leadoff position. He said, you know, he takes great pride in that. This is something that he relishes in. He just wants to try to get that on-base percentage up. Going into this ball game now, you're not the best at 266. You want to get up around 300, 330 if you know.
Yeah, part of the problem is striking out. He struck out more than any Padre, 83 times. That's too many for a leadoff man. 91, and it's 2-1.
Almost looked like a cut fastball from Santana. Sometimes pitchers will throw that fastball and just, without even thinking about it, will just have that cut to it. Releasing it out of the hand, kind of working around it just a little bit to create that cut. Shook off the changeup to go to a fastball.
Santana was with the Kansas City Royals last year. It was 9-10 in KC, and patiently waited for a job here in the spring. And finally, out of desperation, the Braves, with their injuries to key starters, needed a man like Santana. Were willing to dish deep $14 million for 1 year.
Yeah, when Chris Medlin went down, Brandon Beachy, it was almost like back-to-back days. I mean, it happened really quickly. And Freddie Gonzalez, Frank Wren, general manager of the Braves, inked Santana.
Done a good job.
Yeah.
10-6 coming in. Nubbed up the middle, not hit very hard. Simmons has to hustle his throw to first in time. Well, time now for you to tweet your photo using hashtag SDFanPhoto. Chance to have it shown on our telecast, brought to you by AT&T. Jan Solarte struck out swinging the first time. Santana's walked only 1, and that was intentional. Didn't walk anyone in 8 innings on Monday. Fouled at the plate. Well, baseball night in San Diego, and the floppy hats in good use.
Yeah.
A little sprinkle of rain.
There's a lot of different ways you can wear those hats, too. You can, you know, the brim in the back is up, down in the front, up in front, down in the back.
It's almost a regal look there, that lady. Hubba hubba. High fly ball, left center field. B.J. Upton calls off brother Justin. 2 away. And the hitter's Seth Smith. Smith fly to left his first time. Yeah, it's different styles. Hey,
yeah,
different heads. Off speed, ball 1. He tore it up in July. Smith, 358 his average. One and one.
Now that's Andy Strasburg.
Yeah, it is.
Sporting a nice little floppy lid.
Longtime member of the Padres front office.
Yeah.
Publicity. Excellent writer.
All around good egg.
Big fan. And a follow at the plate, 2-2. You know, those young fans who remind me of schoolgirls in London, you know, marching off to their classes, and they often have little bonnets like that, as they say, bonnet. 2-2 in the dirt. Did he go? No. Full count. Chris Siegel there at third. Santana did not walk a man in his 8 innings on Monday. And as we said, the only walk intentional today.
The one thing about Santana, just can't look for the fastball here. He's throwing the changeup behind the count. He's throwing the slider behind the count.
Line to left field, but Upton is there. That carried too well. 1, 2, 3. The Padres go. Evan Gattis, the catcher, home run power will be the leadoff man for the Braves in the top of the 4th. A big crowd on this Saturday night. Cool or cooler, and the rain stopping in mid-afternoon. Fans enjoying the various concessions and displays throughout the ball yard. Great place to have fun. 1-0 Atlanta. We go to the 4th inning. Gattis, Johnson, and Simmons against Ian Kennedy. Gattis struck out, took a 3rd strike the first time. Kennedy a strikeout tear all season long, well over a strikeout per inning, and he has fanned 5 in the first 3, but he's also walked 4. Ground ball. Third baseman Solarte cuts it off. 1 away.
Oh, Mark Loretta is down by the Padre dugout. First of all, welcome, Mark.
Thank you, guys.
It's good to have you back.
Likewise.
Well, 2-part question. First of all, what do you think of Ian Kennedy tonight?
I think he's just a little inconsistent tonight. He really not hitting his spots early in the game. The 4 walks a little bit uncharacteristic, but I think he's settling in. What do you got?
I got the same thing. Glove side fastball really doesn't have that release point down. Breaking ball doesn't seem to be as sharp as in the past, but hey, they only trail by 1. And Dick, what's going on down in the dugout there?
Freddie Gonzalez out of the dugout to bark something at plate umpire Reynolds.
And then my second part of the question, Mark, would be how would you go about hitting against Ervin Santana tonight?
Well, I think I'd try to get on that fastball early if I could. He's got that pretty good breaking ball working, so I would look for something early, count out over, and try to hit up the middle of the way.
1-1 now to Gattis. Or Johnson now. Gattis grounding out to third. Johnson struck out swinging the first time.
There's that pitch we were just talking about, down and away to the righty. Just doesn't have the crosshairs on that outside part of the plate.
And he misses again. Falls behind 3-1. Knocked down by Cabrera, but no chance to throw out Johnson. He had to pick it cleanly and pop to his feet and throw.
I thought he had no chance of getting that ball. That ball hooking off the bat of Johnson, and then all of a sudden Cabrera diving.
Only the second hit allowed by Kennedy, each side with 2.
Nice job just knocking it down.
Cat-like quick, but he had to field it cleanly to be able to get Johnson. So 1 out.
Would have used the 1 hop on that, right? Over to first base? He may have, huh?
Yeah, he's using that effectively on occasion. Simmons walked his first time. Fly ball shallow right center. And it's the right fielder Smith with the catch, 2 away. And the pitcher Santana will step up. He sacrificed his first at bat.
Hey, Mark, remember in the pregame show, you and I were talking about spin rate?
Yeah.
On the four-seam fastball, particularly Ian Kennedy. You know what I've noticed tonight? When he throws it over the plate, Braves hitters haven't squared it up. So I guess my point is, I don't think he really has to be that fine with it. What do you think?
I agree. I've noticed that as well. They're not squaring the ball up. They're fouling a lot of balls off that are over the middle. And you're right. Maybe he's trying to pick just a little bit too much.
First pitch strike into Santana. And a breaking ball over but low. Tomorrow, Tyson Ross goes for his 11th win of the year against Aaron Harang. San Diego native. He's 9-6 with the Braves. 12:30 our TV time here on Fox Sports San Diego. Strike 2. Then the Padres go on a short road trip, only 5 games, 2 in Minnesota and 3 in Pittsburgh next weekend. They come back for just 3 with Colorado, and then they go right back out on the road for a long road trip. This is outside again. 2-2.
Thanks for reminding me about that Minneapolis trip, because I've got to leave tickets for Prince. He's going to come to a game. Big fan of Prince. Purple Rain, Raspberry Beret.
Yeah, all those fruits. Well, raspberry is. Light swing hack.
Let's go crazy.
Let's go crazy. I knew you'd like that.
Little
one.
red Corvette.
Yeah, see, color. Big on color.
Is he back to Prince? He's no longer formerly known as?
Oh, yeah. Where have you been?
Symbol?
Yeah. Formerly known as the Sign.
Yeah.
I'm into the La Jolla Summerfest, more the classical music, you know.
Little Bach.
Yeah. All the B's. Brahms, Bach, Beethoven. Fouled at the plate. And we've got to tip our cap to Hodad's too. You know, there's a lot of good food, a lot of good eating around the ballpark. But that Hodad's, you see the size of those hamburgers? My goodness. Wonderfully obscene. Hodad's, you get the meal and the bun. 2-2. Struck him out. Number 6 for Ian Kennedy. Middle of the 4th. Jed Jerko, Medic and Venable will hit for the Padres in the last of the 4th inning.
was impressed with last week with Irvin was his velocity picked up as the game went on. He was throwing the ball 95, 96 mile an hour in the 7th inning last start. So, you know, we're ready for him. I mean, we know what he has. I mean, we'll see if the stuff's the same, if the slider is as sharp today as it was last week. But won't be any secrets. Won't be any secrets. You know, we faced him 6 days ago.
So Bud Black, on a man he knows well, as we said, Irvin Santana came up to the big leagues in Anaheim when Black was the pitching coach under Mike Scioscia. And he's been tough through 3, a couple of singles, Medica and Venable. The Padres unable to score in the 2nd inning with men at first and second and third and 1 out. Jerko fly to right his first time. 5-game streak, hitting .421 in that streak. A couple of home runs and 6 runs batted in the 5 games. Since coming back from the injured list, takes inside. Here's the breaking ball, 1-1.
Mark Loretta down by the Padre dugout. Dumb question, okay? You there?
Yeah, no such thing as a dumb question.
All right, okay, well, we'll find out after the question.
My teacher used to tell me.
Okay, after this pitch, I have a question to pose to you. That pitch right there.
Yes.
If a hitter has difficulty with the slider away, okay, do you look for that pitch away?
Well, if you know you can't hit it, I would wait till I have 2 strikes and I'd have to hit it.
Like I said, it wasn't the best question. But
was that a good answer?
Well, I mean, I'm just trying to think from a logical standpoint from somebody watching at home in the simplest terms. Like, okay, if he's having trouble with the slider down and away, why not look for the slider away, try to hit it that way? Easier said than done, I guess, right?
You're not going to do much with a good slider down and away. That's why I say I'm looking for the fastball early and then adjust late to the slider if I can.
Yeah, there's a good omen here in the 4th, a leadoff walk. The first walk from Santana in 2 games that was not intentional.
Better question. How about last night, Tommy Medica beating the shift, Mark?
Yeah, that was great, wasn't it? I mean, he hit 2 balls over that way. I mean, this one's just a routine 4-3, and that's come up with a base hit. That's, as you like to say, 18 hopper through the right side. Maybe more.
Yeah, and hits are hard enough to come by, so you're going to gladly take those, right?
See the smile Tommy had, too? He knew he stole one there. That was great. By the way, no undershirt for Tommy tonight. Showing the chest hair.
Yeah,
nice.
I like it. I like it.
He's feeling sexy up there.
6 straight hits now for Medica. 5 for 5 last night and a base hit up the middle. His first time tonight.
That's great.
Gaddis had lost the ball for a moment. It was right between his legs, able to scramble and get it. 1-1. Medica. 2 home runs and 3 singles last night.
Tommy going straight right, said Fred. I'm too sexy for my shirt.
Checks his swing and strike called.
Now there was a hanging slider from Irvin Santana. Mark Loretta, some guys can't hit the hanging slider, right?
Well, sometimes it actually fools you because you think he's been throwing that good slider down and away, and then you think that one's going to stay up, but it never does. It's almost like a backup slider when he hangs it.
Jerko with the leadoff walk. Padres trailing 1-0 here in the home half of the 4th inning. And the count 1-2 on Medica. And he chases that slider. Strike 3. 4 punch outs now for Santana. Well, time for the top tier player profile. It's brought to you by Arco. Major league leaders, most home runs allowed since 2006. He broke in 2005. Santana is thrown 221 long ones. Bronson Arroyo ahead of that list at 262.
Yeah, and you know, the ones that hang around and stay healthy for a while, they're going to give up their long balls, and they're going to win some games as well. I mean, Santana's had a heck of a career. 114 game winner going into this game. Fewer hits than innings pitched over his career. I mean, he's put together a nice little career. And I've said it all along, guys. You win over 100 games in the big leagues, you're doing something right.
That bounces in 2-0 to Venable. Venable singled through the hole on the right side the first time. And then moved to second on the throw by right fielder Hayward, trying to get Medica at third base. Padres' best chance to score, second and third and one out, but unable to bring home that tying run. Hit well against the Braves in his career, 34 games. Padres since the All-Star break leading the National League in runs scored, batting average, hitting with runners in scoring position, slugging percentage, total turnabout from before the All-Star break. Curveball, and that had Venable way out in front. Slider maybe. He's got a good one, doesn't he?
He sure does. He's doing a couple tonight, kind of like the short sweeper and then the 112-6 straight down.
2-1. Count on Venable. Three and one.
Mark Loretta, toughest slider you've ever faced. Pitcher with the best slider.
You know, I think it was John Smoltz when he was closing games. He was devastated. He probably had the three best pitches in the league at the time, and fastball, slider, and that split.
Yeah.
I had several at bats where it was 1, 2, 3. Uno, dos, tres, adios, whatever you say.
Foul back, and the count full to Venable.
Uno, dos, adios.
Oh, is that what it is?
That's what.
Forget the trace?
Yeah.
All right.
And you can see Santana on this pitch here. That is a four-seam fastball out of the hand. Good extension, high backside.
Runner goes, and ball four. A couple of walks for the Padres here in the fourth inning. Jerko to second. Venable joins him on the bases, and Yonder Alonso the batter. As we look at the Padres offense before the All-Star break, last 15th is dead last, all those categories. And then in the few games since the All-Star break, 14 they're first, except for slugging percentage. Now that is an about face.
Yeah, and you know what, I think when you look at those numbers, when you talk about after the All-Star break, I think a lot of it started in Chicago. Remember that game where they walked 11 times? And it sounds simple, taking balls, swinging at strikes.
Alonso drives that ball to left center field. Can Upton get there? Yes, he can. Runners have to hustle to get back to their respective bases as Alonso flirts with a gapper, but Upton cuts it off for the second out. That'll bring up Rene Rivera.
Now that is an aggressive swing at a strike, and I think that's why collectively this offense after the All-Star break has put up the numbers. They're not expanding the zone. They're creating good hitter counts.
Alonso picking on that first pitch for the second time. Drove it hard, but it was slicing back toward the left fielder.
And Mark Loretta, you made that note a little earlier, right? Swinging aggressively at the fastball to try to avoid that slider.
Yeah, and I love swinging at the first pitch in that situation. First of all, you have runners in scoring position, so you want to be aggressive. But the second thing is he's just walked Venable on a lot of off-speed pitches, so you can pretty much bank on that first pitch heater.
Rivera was walked intentionally the first time up. Bluff throw. Rivera's had good success with runners in scoring position. Hitting .324. 8 home runs for the Padre catcher. Breeze picking up a bit here at the moment. Again, flags pointing toward the right field corner. Ground ball swept to short. Throw across by Simmons. Padres leave 2 in the 4th. And it remains 1-0 Atlanta. Saquon Casino, real friendly, real close. By Jack in the Box, head in for the new jalapeno ranch or barbecue ultimate cheeseburgers. And by the Aramco Group, purchase, refinance, reverse. Visit us at aramco.biz. And now our San Diego fans of the game. Lady behind those two gentlemen has a young child on her lap. It's Kyron Bob's grandson.
Oh yeah, there's Dove, Kyron Dove right there, and her daughter, their daughter I should say, and Kyron Bob, he's a grandpa. Can you believe that?
It happens. Yeah. What do you mean? Why wouldn't you believe that?
Little Caden right there on the left. Oh, how darling. You're going to be a grandpa pretty soon.
Oh, this month. Scheduled in London. First time. I can't wait.
Good for you,
little
Professor.
Emily. My goodness. I mean, I am really excited. And teach that kid to hit left-handed. It's going to be a boy.
There he is.
There we go.
Look at that little precious bundle of joy.
I think he's into baseball already, don't you? 1-2. Upton walked in the first inning, opened the ball game, and that became the only run we've seen. Came in on Freddie Freeman's double into the right field corner. It's been pitcher dominated. 2 hits either side. Swing and a miss, and Kennedy continues to work that strikeout. 7 punch outs so far. Time for the Saquon Casino Daycation stat of the game, and there's Kennedy. Strikeouts per 9 innings pitched, 9.51, 4th best in the National League. How about that company? Kershaw, Strasburg, Greinke, and Cueto, and Kennedy there in the 4th spot.
Very nice, and he was challenging B.J. Upton right there with the 4-seam fastball at 91. And it seems, as we mentioned earlier, that first inning, 27 pitches. Ian Kennedy has found a groove. No issues at all physically for the right-hander, and that's a good sign.
4 walks, 7 strikeouts, only 2 hits allowed. LaStella fouls it back, 2 strikes on him.
And once again, another fastball right down the middle. LaStella can't catch up to it. Okay, Mark Loretta, here's a question for you.
Okay.
You there?
I'm here.
Okay. Pitcher you faced who wasn't overpowering but difficult to square up the fastball?
Well, I'll go back to an old Padre, Chris Young.
Okay.
You know, the very, very tall, big angle, high spin rate. He was a guy that was very tough to get on top of. His 87, 88 played more like 92, 93.
Good point.
So I remember him.
Just to interrupt a moment, Chris Young back in form with the Seattle Mariners this year.
Yep.
Yeah, good for him. He's battled a lot of injuries and one of the good guys in the game. Good friend.
Yeah, competitor too, huh?
Absolutely.
Two balls, 2 strikes. And in the dirt, full count now to LaStella with Freddie Freeman on deck. Foul back. Count remains full.
Brothers Upton talking baseball. That's got to be something, huh? Playing with your brother in the big leagues. That's great.
Yeah, that may happen to the Padres. Tyson Ross's kid brother Joe Ross continues to pitch well in the minors. 5th walk of the game from Ian Kennedy.
Hey, catch every strikeout, every game ender, and every history-making moment on MLB Whip Around. Weeknights at 7 p.m. Pacific on Fox Sports 1 and streaming live on Fox Sports Go.
Freddie Freeman steps in, and the Padres shift on him with Solardi moving from third. He's playing closest to the second base bag on the right side with Cabrera remaining on the left side of the infield. And ball 1. The 5 walks given up by Kennedy matches his season high. That accounts for a lot of pitches, the walks and strikeouts. 1 away here in the 5th. And the only run scored came on B.J. Upton's leadoff walk in the first inning, and the man at the plate, Freeman, knocking him in with a double to right. Only 2 hits allowed by Kennedy, that double by Freeman and a single by Chris Johnson to deep short.
'89 on the fastball. I'm telling you, he's got the stealth fastball working. He's got the 91, 90 down the middle, catching a lot of the plate, and the Brave hitters just cannot square it up.
He did throw a 93-mile-an-hour fastball to LaStella. That was the highest velocity so far. And a changeup. Freeman out in front. 1-2.
Nice
good block. Yes, Rivera did a good job there. That bounced well in front of home plate. 2-2.
Better be on your toes, because with a changeup, you really never know where that pitch is going to end up. So you have to anticipate that ball being in the dirt. And Rivera does a nice job blocking it.
LaStella at first with a 1-out walk. Ground ball to the right side. Jerko gets the force back to first, not even close, but they do get the lead runner. Fielder's choice with a put out 4-6.
You know, that wasn't an easy play as it looked.
No.
As easy as it looked, because watch Jerko here. He's got to go to his right. He actually catches that ball behind him. Then he's got to flip, almost throw behind him because the momentum. going away from the play. He's got to flip it and kind of throw behind him so that momentum of the baseball ends up on the outfield side of second base. This is an all-around good play. Good throw by Jed.
Cleanup hitter Justin Upton steps in. He's walked and struck out.
Well, you're right, Mark. That was not an easy play, and that's a play that, because of the shift, you don't practice very often. You're way over on the side there, and to go to your right, be that deep, and to throw to second, just not a play you ever really work on.
Well outside.
Who was the one guy, Mark Loretta, who really cleaned your clock going into second base, trying to break up a double play?
You know, Craig Biggio always came in real hard.
Oh, there you go.
Chop to second. Nice hop there for Jerko. He throws out Upton, and the inning's over. We're at the halfway mark in this one. 4.5 in the books. Atlanta leads 1-0.
Day, people gathered here. Petco Park was at the Park in the Park. It was a great event. A Light the Night Walk kickoff party. Groups and teams sign up to raise money for the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society. The Light the Night Walk will be here at Petco Park on November 7th. So for more information, if you want to get involved, go to lightthenight.org/SD.
Well, the Padres are going to make a move here. Ian Kennedy, 100 pitches, and was due to start this bottom of the 5th inning. And a pinch hitter, Abraham Almonte, broke in as a starter last night and was 1 for 4, a double, a leg double, hustled the ball in the right center field and just outran the play by the outfield for a double. Falls behind 2 strikes. Switch hitter, 27.
Hey, Ian battled, huh?
He sure did. That was a gritty, gutty performance.
It really was. After a 27-pitch first inning, 1 run, could have been much worse.
He goes around, and Almonte on 3 pitches is the 5th strikeout victim of Santana. So Kennedy, 5 innings, 1 run, 2 hits, 5 walks, 7 strikeouts, and leaves the game down 1-0 unless the Padres can come up with a run here in the 5th inning or more. Everett Cabrera struck out and grounded to short. Blaine Boyer apparently will be the pitcher in the top of the 6th inning for San Diego. Line to left, but Upton is playing perfectly. He was shaded toward the line, and Cabrera's line drive right to the glove. 2 away. Jan Solarte, the batter. One out away from 13 innings of shutout pitching by Santana in 1 week's time against the Padres. He went 8 innings on Monday. Struck out 11, allowed only 5 hits. And another chance for Upton. Barely had to move. 1, 2, 3 go the Padres in the 5th. Summary, here's the only run of the ball game. Freddie Freeman doubling into the right field corner, scored B.J. Upton, and it's been all pitching. Ian Kennedy goes 5 innings, allows just that 1 run, only 2 hits, but he did walk 5, and one of the walks became a run. Struck out 7, and Irvin Santana, just as he did on Monday, totally tying up Padre hitters. 5 innings of shutout pitching, 8 innings of no-run pitching on Monday. He struck out 5 and walked 3.
And this pitching change is brought to you by Drew Ford. Enter right-hander Blaine Boyer. Well, Ian Kennedy really battled, and he's got to hold these Braves to 1 run here. Nice splits for the right-hander Blaine Boyer. Former Brave, lefties only hitting 188, righties 136. Last time out against the Redbirds of St. Louis on Thursday, an inning and a third. He walked 1, he struck out 1.
Jason Hayward, the first man that Boyer will face, then Gaddis and Johnson here in the top of the 6th. Shift is on. Inside, ball 1. You see where Matt Cain is going to have surgery on his elbow, the right-hander for the Giants, and the Giants also released or designated for assignment Dan Uggla and Tyler Colvin. So they'll be available for other teams should they want to make a deal, or they wait for, what is it? I
believe it's 10 days.
10 days, and then they're free agents. 2-0. Line to left and right at Medico. Well, that ball was whistling out there to left field off the bat of Hayward for the first out.
Well, with the deadline coming and going, Mark Loretta, some impact trades. Pitching to the Oakland A's, just bolstering their pitching staff. John Lester, what do you think?
Yeah, John Lester, I got a chance to play with him in 2006. He's a competitor, great kid. That's a big pickup. The A's are definitely going for it this year. And then he turns right around, and the Tigers make that move for for David Price. So it was kind of a tit for tat there.
Evan Gattis takes ball 1.
Those two teams always seem to square up in the playoffs somehow, some way.
Boy, Billy Beane, he's like you said, he's taking those chips with all of his with both hands and put them towards the center of the table, huh?
Gotta love it. You know, they've been close for a lot of years, and he's going for it this year.
2-0 to Gattis. Boy, his uniform's soaked. And this isn't the humidity of Atlanta. He struck out and grounded to third. 0 for 2. Just missed that one. Medica for the second out.
And then Dave Dombrowski, the general manager for the Tigers, Mark Loretta. David Price, as you mentioned. What do you think of that deal?
I guess I stole your thunder there. I didn't think that this graphic would come up next.
We're talking baseball.
That's right.
What do you think?
No, I love that as well. You know, I texted Brad Ausmus right after that. I said, wow. And he goes, you know, I was really hoping for a long man.
2 outs, bases empty. Chris Johnson has one of the 2 hits for the Braves. Infield hit at deep short.
You know, the Tigers now have the last 3 MVPs and the last 3 Cy Young Award winners.
Isn't that something?
No pressure, Brad. Go get them.
Yeah, they're mighty excited about this Motown team heading through August and September. Strikeout and an infield hit for Chris Johnson. 0-2. Boyer jumps in front. Paul Goldschmidt hit by a pitch. Ernesto Frieri, the former Padre, hit him. Fractured hand. Who knows how long the big first baseman for the D-backs will be out. Fouled at the plate. That's a big loss. Meanwhile, Giancarlo Stanton, he's homered in each of the last 3 games. He now has 26 to lead the National League. He can really drive it a long way, can't he?
He's fun to watch. I mean, he's a showstopper, right? Sales at the concession line go way down when he's at the plate. People want to watch that kid hit.
2 strikes the count on Johnson.
Look out.
Nope, he didn't go. First base umpire Brian Knight.
I could tell you already that he went. Oh my goodness gracious.
Yeah, I got to agree with you on that one.
Mark Loretta, from your angle?
Yeah, tremendous recoil though there. He pulled that back. It was a power take, but I'm with you. He went through the zone there for sure.
He goes that time, chases the breaking ball in the dirt. A strikeout for Boyer. 1-2-3 inning for Blaine Boyer. Last of the 6th we go. Seth Smith will lead it off for the Padres. To hashtag SD fan photo for a chance to be shown in one of our upcoming telecasts, brought to you by AT&T. And David in front of the brilliant Tony Gwynn sculpture out in the Park at the Park, able to share his photo with us. Well done. Padres only 2 hits. They came back to back. Medica and Venable in the second inning off Irvin Santana. 3 walks, but no runs as they trail 1-0 going into the last of the 6th. Seth Smith starts it. He's flied to left and lined to left. The leader in almost every significant category: runs, hits, doubles, triples, walks, average. That ball hit well to right field, but able to lean up and grab it is Hayward. That long right arm of his snaring that low line drive right off the wall. That ball just was hit too low. A clothesline out to right.
That is not an easy play. Jason Hayward times it perfectly. And this is where the warning track comes into play. He leaps and then hits the warning track. Hits grass underneath his feet. Leaps, warning track, squeeze it for the out. And Irvin Santana says, hey, you the man. Way to pick me up.
Scalded that.
Yeah.
Jerko has walked and flied to right. Padres have hit some line drives, but right to the outfielders. Cabrera lined out to left the last inning. Smith is lined out twice. Yonder Alonso lined to left with a couple of men on in the 4th. Two strikes on Jerko. Even though he's walked 3 men. Look at the pitch count. 69 pitches is all. Ever bit as efficient as he was on Monday when he shut out the Padres 2-0.
Well, I think that goes along with Mark Loretta was talking about, trying to be aggressive early on the fastball in the count to avoid that slider from Santana.
Yeah, you're right. They've hit some bad luck tonight, no question about it.
And you know what, Mark and Dick, I'm a firm believer of less is more. I love homemade signs, and I love those signs. I enjoy baseball, plain and simple. I do too.
That's a nice collaboration, isn't it? 2-2. Ooh, did it get him? Yep, just nicked Jerko, and that makes Santana very unhappy with himself. The Padres have the tying run on as Jerko aboard for the 2nd time. Elbow just grazed the skin.
Oh, that was great. Did you see that ripple effect after hitting him in the elbow? That's great.
Nice job by Andy right down here. He's on the super slow-mo.
Nice.
Way to go, Andy.
Not
you
even
know what that's called, guys? Sorry, Dick. That's a salvage. When you have 2 strikes on a guy with a good stuff, you get nicked on the elbow. Thank you very much.
Not even subcutaneous. That just rippled the skin. Medica single and a strikeout.
Danny Barger, nice going down there.
Long drive left. Will it stay fair? No, just wide, about 7 feet foul as Medica crushes another.
Oh. There it is, aggressive early in the count. And that's in the hot zone of Tommy Medica. Fastball down and in.
Just a long strike for Medica. Checks his swing, 1-1. Now this is what Bud Black was talking about earlier. Here into the 6th inning, and Santana's fastball a little quicker, 94 now.
Yeah.
It saves a little for the late innings. 1-1. Left field corner. Is that going to stay fair? Yes, it is. On his way to third is Zerko, and into second base, a double for Medica. 2 for 3 tonight. Seven for 8 in the series, Tommy Medica. And the Padres have the tying run at third with 1 out. Go-ahead score at second for Will Venable.
Well, turning on the inside fastball for the foul ball, and this pitch here, that's a slider. He goes down and gets it about knee high. I think Tommy Medica likes the ball down in the zone. First real stressful inning for Ervin Santana.
With the exception of third baseman Johnson, the infield playing back, a ground ball to any of the other fielders, the Padres will tie it. Ball 1. So Jerko hit by a pitch. Medica sends him to third on a double into the left field corner.
Remember Mark Loretta talking about the Padres hitting some bad luck. Remember, to lead off this inning, it was a bolt to right field over the head of Jason Hayward. So Padres taking some good hacks this inning.
Seth Smith, yeah, he was denied on the long arm of Jason Hayward. Ball 2. First base open. Yonder Alonso next. Highest runner in scoring position average since the break. That's amazing. 312. Remember how many times we said 0 for 11, 1 for 12? And Padres coming up with the big hits here after the break. And here's a golden opportunity for Venable. 2-0 the count. Broken bat fly ball to right. Here comes Hayward. Too shallow to score. And he's got a huge arm. So that's the second time tonight, second and third with 1 out, but Padres unable to get the run home on an out, so it's up to Yonder Alonso. Thought off the broken bat it might fall, but Hayward easily able to gather it in. Now here's a case where do you want to pitch to Alonso with first base open, or put him on and take your chances with Rivera, right-hander against right-hander, and that's what Gaddis undoubtedly going out to talk with Santana about that situation.
Oh, he gets in the kitchen and shatters that bat down by just above the hands of Will Venable.
So 2 outs, runners at second and third. We'll see how they work to Alonso. He doesn't swing at the first pitch.
Well, it's either going to be sliders down and into the lefty Alonso or sliders down and away to Rivera. The thing about Alonso in this situation, if he gets an at-bat or if he gets a baseball, a fastball up in the zone, he could fight it off and maybe loop it over one of the infielders' heads.
Off-speed changeup. Alonso has fly to left and line to left. Has had success against Santana. 3 for 4, a couple of doubles coming in.
You know, Mark, I'm going to flip the tables on you and ask you a question. Do you think pitchers can actually save fastballs for later in the game?
I think so. I really do. How about you?
I never thought so, but I'm starting to believe it.
Yeah, no, I've seen guys, and I'm sure you have too over the course of the years, to where, you know, I think it falls on the shoulders of pitchers who can locate well. And the reason why I say that is throwing 91, 92 consistently hitting your spots to where in the 6th or 7th inning, and then you can reach back a little bit more and save a little bit more, maybe 94, 96.
Yeah, I think you're right. You got to hit your spots, because if you give up some early runs and you're not throwing as hard as you can in the early part of the game, you got to be kicking yourself.
So that's why I think the command is the big issue.
Ready to go now. 1-1. Runners at second and third. And a foul ball.
Well, now it's time to check the Cholula flamethrower. Santana's saving a little bit for later, and 95.
Too much hot sauce from the right-hander from the Dominican. He's ahead on the count, 1-2. Tying run at third. Medica carrying the go-ahead score at second. Strike 3 called. And Alonso doesn't like it, but as you can see, that was a very good strike. Actually above the knees, according to our Fox tracks. And the Padres are denied again. America's new sports network, the place to turn. Every slam, every goal, every game with America's pregame only on Fox Sports 1 and streaming live on Fox Sports Go. Tune in to America's pregame weekdays at 3 Pacific only on Fox Sports 1. And to find Fox Sports 1 on your cable satellite provider, go to foxsports1.com. Just a tropical breeze. Some rain today in San Diego as Blaine Boyer goes into his second inning of pitching. Andrelton Simmons with a walk and a fly ball will lead it off for Atlanta. Well, the Padres just needed a ground ball a couple of times with the infield back and one out, man at third, but Irvin Santana able to pitch out of trouble. So it remains 1-0. Boy, that one popped out of Rivera's mitt halfway to third base. 1 run, 2 hits for Atlanta. No runs, 3 hits for the Padres. Padres have stranded 7. Atlanta 6. Third baseman Solarte across to Alonso, 1 away.
Well, back in the day, 1984, August 12th at Atlanta Fulton County Stadium, one of the biggest brawls ever. Pascual Perez hits Alan Wiggins. Eddie Lee Whitson can't hit Pascual Perez, and he's going Johnny Roseboro on him. Champ Summers, Bob Horner in a cast. Fans get involved. Look at the Yahoo in the tank top. And you know what? Elbows were flying, shoulders. And the thing that kills me is that when Greg Nettles was hit, he went out to the mound. He got pinned on the ground, and his shoulder was how he did not dislocate his shoulder on that play because he was thrown to the ground by somebody. It still amazes me to this day.
That was one of the big brawls ever. Look at Santana. He has the third hit of the game for Atlanta. A rifle shot to left field by the pitcher. And with 1 out, Santana aboard. So the hit totals even now at 3 aside.
You know, we talk about it all the time. Anytime that you throw a pitch, a fastball up in the zone, you don't have to be a great hitter just to get that bat extended and take your chances and dump it over the infielders' heads. That's exactly what Irvin Santana did right there.
B.J. Upton right back to Boyer. Better hurry. And he throws low. A good play by Alonso. Boy, that was a tough pickup as Santana moves into second base with 2 outs. Now he was punting for a base hit, not sacrificing, but they credit him with a sacrifice.
See, now if I was commissioner, that'd be a judgment call. I would not give him credit for a sacrifice.
No, he wasn't sacrificing. He didn't give himself up.
Right.
He was trying to get a base hit. So 2 outs. Tommy LaStella, the left-handed hitting rookie second baseman, steps up. He's grounded out, flied out, and walked. Santana with 2 outs at second base. Strike with the fastball, 94. Back up the middle. That's going to save a run. Jerko, and then he throws back to third. That ball goes into center field. Santana could score. Jerko able to smother that grounder. LaStella with an infield hit. Santana to third, and Freeman will be the batter.
Smart play, but this is where the third base coach, Doug DeCenzo, comes into play. He is all over it. He's telling Santana, stay, stay. Sometimes you'll get a base runner out there with 2 outs. They're just going the crack of the bat, and they're just like, you got to lasso him to try to stop him. Not the case right there for Santana.
Alexi Amarista is going to go into the game on a double switch with Medica coming out, as Bud Black will bring in a pitcher to face Freddie Freeman. The crowd announced 39,402. It was expected to be a sellout, but the rain of the day probably kept a few thousand away. 39,402 at Petco tonight. So pitching change being made by Bud Black. And here comes Alex Torres as we take a break in the action. Diego presents Padres baseball, brought to you by Petco, the power of together, and by your San Diego Lexus dealer. So here in the 7th inning, a pitching change. Alex Torres comes in for Blaine Boyer, and we'll go around the majors. John Lester, newly acquired by the A's from Boston, he gets his first win in Oakland. Yoenis Cespedes, 1 hit, a single, but the Red Sox fall to the Yankees today, and Justin Masterson, joining the St. Louis Cardinals from Cleveland, makes his debut and gets a win for the Redbirds. The changes: Medica stays in the game. He goes to first base. Smith moves from right to left. Amarista goes into center, and Venables center to right. Swing and a miss by Freeman.
Well, we know Alex Torres fastball, changeup, slider in that order. His 49th game. Lefties for Alex Torres. 238. Lefty on lefty here with Freddie Freeman.
Freeman knocked in the only run of the game with a double in the first inning. First and third for the Braves. 1-1. Justin Upton on deck. Clutch hitter. First and third, 2 outs, 7th inning, 1-0 Atlanta. First inning, Upton had walked, was on second base when Freeman rifled that double into the right field corner, and that's the only score of the ball game. Upton led off the game with a walk. Freeman knocked him in with his 60th RBI of the year. Change up, 2-2. Amarista in center. Venable moves from center to right, and Smith from right to left. Medica from left to first. Alonso out of the game. If you're keeping score, the pitcher is in the 7th spot in the batting order. Alonso's. Struck him out. Came inside, and Freeman goes down square, and Torres does the job. Bails the Padres out of trouble in the 7th. Stretch half of the 7th in Petco. The Padres are down 1-0.
Nothing but tomorrow. Tomorrow's a big day, folks. Tomorrow is U.S. Army and Army National Guard Appreciation Day right here at Petco Park, and it's presented by our friends at USAA. Join us for a special pregame ceremony honoring the men and women who serve in the U.S. Army and Army National Guard. Braves are going to be here. It's the last game of the series. First pitch is at 1:10. You don't want to miss it. Get your tickets tonight. Get online, Padres.com. You can always get on the horn, dial 619-795-5555.
Yeah, for so many of us, our favorite day at Petco is Sunday, Military Sundays. We hope you'll be here. Last chance to see the Braves in this 2014 season. Yeah, they won't miss the Padres seeing Irvin Santana. Shut him out 8 innings in Atlanta on Monday and shut him out for 6 innings tonight. Pitching out of trouble twice. Rivera leading it off, fouls that one. Padres had a man at third, second and third with one out twice in the second and again in the 6th. They just couldn't get a ground ball. Both occasions a soft fly ball and not deep enough to score the tying run. Rivera intentionally walked and grounded it to short. Ground ball toward the hole, and that squirts through. Rivera with a leadoff single. A fourth hit off Santana. A seeing eye single for Rivera. That'll bring up the pitcher's spot, but Alexi Amarista inserted in the 9-hole.
Just out of the reach. I love when that happens. Just out of the reach of Johnson. Simmons gives it a try. Oh, game of inches, huh?
Amarista used as a pinch hitter last night. He bunts it, and it's a good bunt. Santana will get the out at first to the second baseman La Stella, and that moves Rivera, the tying run, into scoring position.
Nice job by Alexi. Getting it done quickly. Putting on a clinic. Squaring around and just deadening that ball perfectly towards the pitcher's mound.
Padres with a runner in scoring position. We told you earlier, since the All-Star break, they're leading the National League runners in scoring position, hitting .316, but they're 0 for 6 tonight. Cabrera and Solarte with a chance to tie it. Cabrera struck out, grounded to short, and lined to left. Huge hole in right center field. Off speed, strike one.
Dick, here's that hole you're talking about, right? Now Santana, you know, the idea there is with the outfield playing the other way, they want to pitch him away, because if he tries to pull that ball, then it'll be a grounder probably on the right side. So in the air, going the opposite way. On the ground, kind of pulling a little bit.
One out here in the 7th, a 1-0 Atlanta lead. Late on that swing. Tried to time it. It was a changeup.
Good one. Great location as well. You know, I've noticed about Santana, he elects to go to the dirt on the mound rather than the rosin bag.
Yeah. Yep.
Doing a little Mark Fidrich there.
In front of the hitter, Cabrera, 2 strikes. And that pulled foul on a check swing. There are the Padres' 4 hits, 2 by Medica, single and a double. Venable and Rivera singles. Only 4 hits, and Atlanta with only 4. Big hit, Freeman's double back in the first inning that scored the only run of the game. There's that fastball running in on the left-handed hitter.
I don't think Santana's going to throw him a fastball for a strike that he could do some damage with. He's going to see some off-speed pitches like that slider, like that changeup he just threw a minute ago.
Cabrera giving up a little on the handle, chokes up with 2 strikes on him, 1 and 2. Santana very deliberate now.
Yeah, he shook off twice to Gaddis, and he's got some slider down and in here. That, you know, as a base runner at second base, Rene Rivera has to be taking a good secondary lead. Any ball in the dirt, you get a little, just a ball just gets away from Gaddis just a little bit. You get a good secondary lead, get up to third base. Slider.
Good block by Gaddis. So the count levels at 2 and 2 to Cabrera. Santana about to deliver his 90th pitch. We're in the 7th. Atlanta, if you're just joining us, scored in the very first inning a leadoff walk to Upton and a 1-out double by Freddie Freeman. And that's been it. All pitching since. Ian Kennedy, Blaine Boyer, and Torres for the Padres, and Irvin Santana all the way This 32-year-old right-hander for the Braves, outstanding again. And he works the count full. There's another changeup.
Yep.
So good patience by Cabrera. Wouldn't chase. 39,402 Padre fans want Cabrera to deliver here. He spoils that with another off speed.
Yep. And with first base open, you can pretty much bet that it's going to be some type of off-speed pitch. If he walks him, it's probably not the worst fate. Another left-hander, the switch hitting Solarte on deck. Then you'll have a force at any base with one out. Double play would be in order if, in fact, he does walk him right here.
Rivera, the tying run at second. Line deep into the left field seats, back under the roof. Cabrera with 4 hits last night. Line sharply to left field. His last at bat. Battling away, full count. Solarte on deck. Seth Smith in the hole. Ground ball right side. And the second baseman, La Stella, makes a play as Rivera moves to third. 2 away. That was a good battle by Cabrera. But Santana wins the war there. And now it's up to Solarte, who has struck out, flied to left center, and flied to left. So for the third time tonight, the Padres had that tying run 90 feet away. Twice with only 1 out. Couldn't bring him home, and now Solarte with 2 away. Looking to get something he can drive.
Boy, to get Seth Smith, who's on deck, up to the plate the last 2 times up, he has scalded the baseball to left field and to right field.
Solarte through the left side, and the Padres tie it. Clutch hit for Solarte, his 9th RBI as a Padre, and it's a 1-1 game.
Fastball middle in, he gets jammed, but he inside outs this pitch at 94. And the way the position on the infield, Johnson even with the bag, he beats Johnson. No way for Simmons. That's clutch.
9 RBIs as a Padre. Solarte at just a little over a week. And he's 4 for 8 with runners in scoring position.
Well, you know what? Santana's still out there. 4th time up for Seth Smith. As I mentioned, last 2 times he's hit the ball right on the screws.
Oh, he goes for the long ball, but it was a curveball at 80 miles an hour. Smith has fly to left, line to right. Hayward using all of his length to get up and snare the ball on the warning path the last time in right field. With the Yankees, Solarte did not steal a base. Not a serious threat to try to pick up the 90 feet. Jed Jerko on deck. And 2 strikes now on Smith. So in the inning, Rivera led it off with a ground single through that 5.5 hole. A sacrifice, a ground out, and with 2 away, Solarte on the first pitch drives one right back between the third baseman and shortstop for the tying run. Kevin Quackenbush getting ready in the bullpen. Two strikes on Smith.
Breaking ball, and once again, a situation with 2 strikes, right? If he throws him a fastball, it's going to be for show. It's going to either back him off the plate and at the hands, could be something up and out of the zone. Unless it's a mistake, and Seth Smith can turn it around. As Jordan Walden warms up for the Braves, right-hander. There's that fastball.
Just to change the eye level. 98 pitches now for Santana. He went a full 8 innings on Monday in the 2-0 shutout win for Atlanta.
You know, it might take 99, 100 pitches to twirl a gem, right? But it's that last pitch that could be a big difference, and that could happen right here.
Up the middle, big hole. That's going to go through. Solardi on his way to third. Smith delivers. Well, a couple of seeing eye singles here in the inning. The first by Rivera through the left side. That one had just enough oomph behind it to get it by La Stella.
Always battling at the plate, always playing a game of pepper to protect with 2 strikes. And a nice job by Seth Smith extending the inning.
Roger McDowell, the pitching coach, out to talk with Santana, who is at the 99 pitch mark. Jed Jerko, the scheduled hitter, with first and third. The Padres with a run in here in the 7th to tie it.
Boy, that tells you a lot about what Freddie Gonzalez thinks about Ervin Santana, huh? Ties up the game. Only around 100 pitches coming up, and he's sticking with his right-hander.
Jed Jerko fly to right, walked, and was hit by a pitch. So finally, the Padres getting to Santana, pitching for the 2nd time this week. First run he's allowed. Jerko, ball 1. Well, bad news for the local little leaguers. Encinitas over at San Bernardino in the West Coast region. Hawaii beating Encinitas 9-2. It does not eliminate Encinitas, but the team from Hawaii with a 9-2 win. First round. Watch out. A foul ball back on the screen. Solardi at third, Smith at first, 2 outs. Whoa, that one gets away, but not far enough for Solardi to score. He came close to breaking for the plate, but that would have been a mistake. As Gaddis able to get over, scramble, and get to the ball quickly. Watch Solardi. He's leaning, sees the ball free. Whoop, better not.
Yep.
.90 feet away from the lead. Action pitch, 2-1 coming up. Three and 1. 94 still has the velocity. Tommy Medica 2 for 3 after a 5 for 5 game last night is on deck. Jammed him with a fastball. Looked like ball 4.
It was definitely in off the plate.
Three and 2. Smith will be able to take off early. Ball 4, and the bases are loaded. 4th walk given up. Twice he's walked Jerko, and that's going to be all for Ervin Santana as the Padres have loaded him up. They've tied it here in the 7th. and a chance to break into the lead. We'll see who comes in onto that bullpen. Walden was warming up. Another outstanding effort by Irvin Santana, but he can't win it tonight. He leaves with 2 outs and the bases loaded in the 7th inning. Well, Irvin Santana, a tough pitcher to figure out. 2 outstanding efforts this week. And slider complemented by a tailing fastball. It's that slider that is his knockout punch. He goes 6 2/3, allows 6 hits, 1 run, but responsible for the bases loaded. Walked 4, hit 1, and struck out 6.
Well, the Padre hitters tonight, they battled against Santana. Tied it up. Go ahead run 90 feet away. Enter right-hander Jordan Walden. This right-hander, mid-90s to 97 on the fastball, a slider and a changeup. Since June 14th, he's been pitching well. An ERA of .93.
17 walks, however, in 32 innings. And he can't afford to be wild here. The Padres have him loaded up with 2 outs here in the 7th. Native of Fort Worth, Texas, Jordan Walden came over to the Braves from the Angels in a deal with Tommy Hanson, the right-handed pitcher going to Anaheim. The hottest of Padre hitters, Tommy Medica, 7 for the last 8. Strike 1.
We saw Walden in Atlanta, and he's got that herky-jerky delivery to where he actually hops towards home plate. It's got to be a little bit of deception in that delivery for any hitter.
In the dirt, it gets away. Here comes the go-ahead score. Solarte makes it 2-1. That goes on Santana's card as Walden skips one away from catcher Gaddis, and Solarte scores easily. It's 2-1 San Diego. It's been quite a battle, but the Padres finally in front. Seth Smith moves over to third, Jerko to second, and 1-1 to Medica. Slider. So Rivera started with a single, then a sacrifice, a ground out. Solarte tied it with a single. Smith sent him to third with a single. Jerko walked with the bases loaded, and Walden comes in to relieve Santana, and wild pitch is in, the go-ahead score. Medica chance for more. A single, a strikeout, and a double for Medica tonight. 97. 2-2 the count. That's baseball for Santana. Pitches a great game, but now can only lose it or no decision. Ian Kennedy's off the hook. Allowed only the 1 run in the first inning. The Braves have 1 earned run in 2 games of the series. In the dirt again, and Gaddis just does smother that one.
Well, we talked about the delivery from Waldo. Watch how he actually hops. He comes actually off the ground. He is off the ground right there.
It's amazing.
How does that happen?
But he gets back that front foot on the ground before he releases the ball. Full count to Medica. Second and third Padres. 2 runs in here in the 7th. Struck him out. That would have been ball 4. But the Padres able to get 2 in the 7th inning. And the wild pitch key is reliever Walden bounces it away from Gaddis. Solarte had singled in. The tying run scores. It's 2-1.
But you missed a little bit of a Padre rally there, bottom of the last inning. 2 runs, so it's 2-1 Padres over the Braves in the top of the 8th inning. Mark Loretta, Mike Pomeranz working on Padres Live, the postgame show brought to you by Cox Communications. A rally in and of itself, enough, hey, against Santana, who's been tough tonight.
Yeah, got to have a few knocks and then the wild pitch. That was great rally there, but you're right. Credit Ian Kennedy, too, for keeping the Padres in this game. It was a gritty performance from him.
So now the ball goes in the hands of the bullpen. Kevin Quackenbush out there as Joaquin Benoit waits for a save opportunity, unless, of course, the Padres blow it open in the bottom of the next half inning.
Never know.
Talk about all that after the final out today. Also, you'll hear from the manager, Buddy Black, guys.
All right. Thank you, Mike and Mark. Padres Live, Emmy Award-winning postgame show to follow the action here from Petco. The Padres 2-1. Top of the 8th inning, Kevin Quackenbush comes in. He'll face Upton, Hayward, and Gaddis, the middle 3 in the Braves batting order.
Higher pressure situations for Kevin Quackenbush as each day goes on, and he's feeling very, very confident. Buddy Black, the manager for the Padres, feeling comfortable with him in situations like this.
First fastball at 91 to Upton. He's walked, struck out, and grounded to second. Bud Black making his notes, looking ahead, possible moves. 2 innings to go. Challenged. Another 91. Padres 2 runs, 6 hits. They've left 9. Atlanta 1 run, 4 hits. They've stranded 8. That was their total last night. 1 unearned run on 4 hits. That sails high into the upper tier down the right field side. 2-2. A little more on the fastball. The brain trust there with manager Bud Black, Darren Balsley, Dave Roberts, bench coach.
A lot of pitches up. Got to be careful. Got to make an adjustment. There you go.
How do you take that pitch? That was just on the edge, knee high. Full count to Upton. Got away with a high fastball right in the heart of the plate. Another 3-2 pitch from Quackenbush to Upton. Cabrera to his left, a glove, and throw him out.
Hey, Quackenbush, first let's start with the right-hander. Making an adjustment and working down in the zone. Remember the pitches early? Up, 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 and up. Down just missing, down ground ball, and let your defense work for you. It's a big out.
Jason Hayward has grounded sharply to first, struck out, and lined to left. So he's hit the ball hard twice for outs as he returns to the Atlanta starting lineup after missing 4 games with a sore back. All 4 games lost by Atlanta on this road trip. Ball 1. Rivera out to talk to Quackenbush.
How about this little nugget? You believe pitching's a huge part of the game, right?
It is.
And for the Braves prior to this game, things have been kind of wishy-washy, right? How about this little nugget? And prior to this game, 4 previous games, you know how many 1, 2, 3 innings were thrown by the Braves in those 4 games? 4. Santana did it tonight 3 times. He did it in the first inning. But 4 games prior to last night's game, they threw 4 1, 2, 3 innings.
Not once last night.
Exactly.
Hayward takes ball 2. Almost stepped into that one. You look back at that 20-hit effort last night, the highest number of hits ever at Petco Park in a 9-inning game, and it was only an 8-inning game.
Right, 8.5. That's right.
They went 2, 2, 3, 1, 1, 2, 6, 3.
Bingo.
In the hit column. Left field, Hayward. There's a base hit. Smith playing doubles defense, gets it in. Tying run on with 1 out here in the 8th.
And here in the 8th, we're going to revisit the keys of the game, brought to you by your Honda dealers of San Diego County. Avoid the strikeout. Padre batters tonight, 6 strikeouts versus Irvin Santana, and get the pitch count up early. He threw 105 pitches in 6 2/3 innings, and the way you look at it right now, in that R column, that's the most important. 2-1 Padres.
Evan Gattis, the long ball hitting catcher, has struck out, grounded out, flied out. Good double play candidate. Mm. 92, and he clipped it back on the screen. He's the author of 17 home runs this year, including the home run that was the game winner, 2-0 on Monday, in support of Santana. Goes to the off-speed breaking ball, 1-1. $39,402 fans here at Petco tonight, enjoying quite a pitcher's battle. Kennedy giving up a run in the very first inning. 1 out, double by Freddie Freeman, and the Padres rallying in the 7th against Irvin Santana. 3 hits and a walk and a wild pitch. Some Braves fans with a tomahawk cheer. It's in there. 92. Well placed. Kept it away.
He may have gotten a call on that last pitch. And you know what? If you consistently pound out there, you get a call.
Yeah, that was a little wide. Hayward with the lead at first. The tying run. The same spot. Just missed with a breaking ball. 2-2. Whoa. Rivera throws to second, and he's in there. What a throw by Rivera. He almost got him.
You're right, Dick. That was a laser. I thought there was going to be no chance. Not even close. That was close. Dave Roberts on the phone. Jed Jerko talking with Quackenbush. Ball up in the air. You can't throw that ball any better.
No. Oh, I think he got his left hand in there. Look at the left hand.
Oh, he had him.
Maybe not. Maybe not.
If he got that glove down a little sooner or deeper, it would have got him on that left hand.
But again, out of the normal position to throw to second base because the ball had skipped in the air, he had to set his feet, and that was a magnificent throw, but just did not get Hayward. So the tying run in scoring position. That's a wild pitch charged to Quackenbush. The count is 3-2 to Gaddis. And he walked it. So the go-ahead run aboard, single and a walk, and that'll bring up Chris Johnson.
Well, you want to, so many things going on. You want to have, obviously, Quackenbush maybe get, you want him to get one more out to get 2 outs, because there's always the possibility of Benoit coming in for a 4-out save, right? If there's multiple base runners. The ideal situation, obviously, is a double play here.
And Johnson has hit into 16 double plays, among the league leaders. He also has 8 home runs and 47 runs batted in. And he's got a base hit here. A line shot to right. Here comes Hayward around third. He will score. And it's tied at 2. And Marista made a fine throw. But Johnson delivers again. And on the play, as Hayward scores, Gaddis hustles to third. And with 1 out, the go-ahead score 90 feet away now for Atlanta.
Fastball up and away, and Chris Johnson does a nice job of hitting that ball exactly where it was pitched. And another close play. I'll tell you what, Alexi, he does everything correctly. He couldn't have done any more. He really couldn't have.
No, Hayward just is a very speedy runner, and he got a great break on the line drive. He didn't hesitate to see if that ball was going to be caught by Jerko. He was off and running with a crack of the bat. So after the Padres get the lead 2-1, the Braves come right back here in the 8th against Quackenbush. And with 1 out, Atlanta with runners at the corners. Boy, Chris Johnson, 2 hits out of the 4 last night and 2 hits out of the 6 tonight for Atlanta. Simmons has walked, flied out, and grounded out. A squeeze might be in order here. Brian Domet is on deck.
You know, even that situation where a little push went to the right side, right?
Now the infield comes in. And there it is. Bunted hard. The throw to the plate. And they get him. Rivera closed the door on Gaddis. 2 away.
And I'll tell you right now what Freddie Gonzalez is going to talk to the umpire about.
That he blocked the plate.
But, you know, no, I don't think he did, because he was standing on the plate, but he was allowed the plate to the runner. Because when that ball was thrown towards home plate, I specifically watched Rivera, and it looked like he was standing on home plate, allowing. There he is. See, he's not blocking the plate. He's got the ball. Now he is allowed to go in front of the plate.
He's still giving him a piece of the plate.
Right. But as long as he has the ball, he can get in front of the plate. And he did just that. He held on for the out.
Boy, that is a big play. Now, you don't have the fastest runner in the world in Gaddis at third.
Right.
And he didn't break with the bunt. That was not a suicide squeeze.
Right.
That was a safety squeeze. And a big play. Medica had to throw over the runner and made a nice throw on the play.
See, now he has the ball. Now he has the right to get in front of the glove is right in front of the plate. He tags him on the feet. That's what I saw, at least.
Well, I'd be shocked if they overruled this one or overturned the ruling on the field. The catcher must have possession of the ball to block the pathway of a runner trying to score, and that was exactly the case. This is an umpire review, not a challenge review. So, runner may not deviate from his direct pathway. That's not the issue here. If the umpire decides a runner initiated contact, the runner is out. That's not the issue. The issue is, did the catcher have possession of the ball to block the pathway of the runner trying to score? If the umpire decides that the catcher without the ball blocked the pathway of the runner, then the runner's safe. Well, he had the ball. So, case closed as far as I'm concerned.
I'm right there with you.
Wait for the right hand to go up. Yes, he's out. And now with a second out recorded, Bud Black's going to come out and make a double switch.
Probably be Benoit coming in the game.
Ryan Doman is the pinch hitter. And as the dust clears, the Braves have Johnson at second base, Simmons safe on the fielder's choice at first, and 2 outs. And a run home to tie it up at 2-all. Boy, for a 2-2 game, it's had plenty of action, hasn't it?
Yeah.
It is indeed. Joaquin Benoit coming in with 2 outs in the 8th inning. Try to get a 4-out save, and Grandal goes into first base, and we'll break for these words. Runners at first and second for Atlanta. Run home to tie it. 2 away. Joaquin Benoit comes in to pitch. And here is the play at the plate. Medica throwing over the man who bunted the ball, Simmons. Gaddis coming in. Rivera with the ball is able to block the plate, make the play. He gave Gaddis room to slide wide if he wanted to go that way. There was still room. He didn't totally shut the door. But a big play made by Rivera. And Medica. That's not an easy throw by Medica.
No.
He had to throw off balance. Ryan Domit, he's a pinch hitting specialist for Atlanta. In fact, this will be his 47th pinch hit appearance. He's 9 for 46. Former Pittsburgh Pirate against Joaquin Benoit. Johnson at second, Simmons at first, 2 outs for Atlanta. 96 on that first delivery. Not a save situation in that the game is tied.
Right. So if he holds them here 2-2, the Padres score in their bottom half of the 8th. Benoit would go out for the 9th most likely and get credit for the win if that would be the scenario.
Randall for Medica at first base on the double switch.
Nice changeup.
Put Grandal, if you're keeping score, in the 7th spot in the batting order. Two on, 2 out. A 2-2 tie and a ground ball to Grandal. The ball found him right away, didn't it? That's it. Benoit gets the final out. The Braves score a run. We're tied at 2 at Petco.
It may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the San Diego Padres.
All right, you saw the totals couldn't be much closer. 2 runs, 6 hits aside, as Anthony Barbero comes in for the Atlanta Braves, their 3rd pitcher used tonight.
Fastball, curveball, changeup, high 80s, mid 90s for Barbero, 89 to 95 on that fastball.
And look at that, left-handers having much more trouble against him than righties. Well, I guess that does figure. Johnson is a left-hander.
With fewer walks, too.
Yeah, with Venable and then Grandal hitting next, he'll turn around and bat right-handed Grandal. And Rivera scheduled in the bottom of the 8th inning. Venable a single and a walk and a fly ball to right tonight. Yeah, it's come down to which bullpen will prevail. Oh, it is Barbero. That is surprising that he's more successful against left-handed hitters than righties. See if Venable can get something started here. He chases 0-2. Both managers studying all the options, looking ahead. That's why the fact that the National League does not have the DH makes it so much more interesting. It's a chess game. It's not automatic.
I think with those numbers for Varvaro, a lot of success against lefties is just because of that pitch there, that big curveball and that changeup down and away.
"29 years of age. Born and raised on Staten Island, New York. The new Atlanta Brave bullpen left-hander James Russell, acquired from the Cubs. Struck him out. 93 on the fastball. One away, and Grandal bats for the first time tonight.
Just challenge him. The old four-seamer, middle in. Ties him up. Can't catch up to him.
Grandal just entered the game in the double switch in the top half of the inning. Hard, but foul. First baseman Freeman just a step off the foul line at first, protecting against the double. You could almost just lean over that left foot and hit the line. Nine home runs, all from the left side for Grandal. One and one. Barbaro has given up 3 home runs. Inside, 2-1. Although that could have been called a strike. Looked as if from Fox Track, brought to you by Southland Technology, that did hit the lower portion of the strike zone. But 3-1 is the call.
Back to a breaking ball right here.
In there.
It's a nice pitch. You throw that hammer, 3-1, hitters count. With location, that's exactly where Evan Gattis called for it. Outside corner 2. And he dropped it right in there. That's impressive.
High pop-up, might be a play off third. Johnson over to the... Oh, he doesn't make the play. It hits the railing in front of the dugout of the Braves. He knew it was coming, the railing, and his teammates there trying to help him out. But Chris Johnson feels he should have caught that.
Yeah, that was a catchable ball. See how he's still on the move? He didn't get over to the railing in time. to make that catch. Could be a break for Yasmani Grandal.
Second life for Grandal. Count 3-2. And he walks him. Well, that's a break for the Padres. One out walk Grandal. Rene Rivera has walked, grounded out, and singled. Scored a run in the 7th inning. Checking the outfield, B.J. Upton is in about the normal position in center, but both the left fielder Justin Upton and the right fielder Jason Hayward way back, preventing the double. That's a strike. And Marista on deck. Inside, 1-1. Well, tomorrow 12:30 for our Fox Sports San Diego telecast of the final game of this series. Tyson Ross on the mound. Chance to see one of the best in the National League, fans. There he is against Aaron Harang, former San Diego State Aztec. He's 9-6 for the Braves. Foul back. Military Sunday. That was a great celebration.
Yeah.
The ballots are in for the July pitcher of the month in the National League, and Tyson Ross should get some. It's tough competition. Clayton Kershaw every month, but
sure,
tough not to vote for him. But Ross should get a shot at it.
Absolutely.
One out, Grandal at first. Oh, that one in on the knuckles. Two-two tie in the home half of the 8th inning. Grandal with a one-out walk at first base. Ground ball on the big hop, foul ball, no play there at second.
I like how Johnson carried through with that, though. Let the umpire make the call.
Grandal returns to first. Count remains 1-2.
Always have to be aware at first base, especially with that front door open, the right-handed hitter, that throw down from Gaddis after a pitch. That's why secondary leads scamper back as quickly as possible to get back to the bag.
Another foul. Watch out. That one's skipping through the crowd behind the third base dugout. Big hole on the right side with the second baseman Listella shaded over towards second, and Freeman holding on the runner. The inviting target there for Rivera if he wants to go the opposite field. Up high, 2-2. Ground ball, foul again. Rivera fouling off a lot of pitches, hangs in there. Count stays at 2-2.
Did a nice job hanging on that changeup there. That was a perfectly located changeup down in the zone, well out of the strike zone, but getting a piece of it, getting another shot at it.
Game tied at 2-2. The count 2-2.
And there's the changeup. We talked about the breaking ball, the fastball. Got to be careful with that changeup, especially down and into the right-handed hitter. Speed up his bat, spells trouble.
That could be 2, 6, 4, 3. Double play. And that's the Padres story in the 8th. We go to the 9th, still tied at 2. There's a taste of the action tonight. 2-2. The score as we go to the top of the 9th inning. Top of the order for the Atlanta Braves. B.J. Upton, Tommy La Stella, and Freddie Freeman against Joaquin Benoit. 2-6-0 Atlanta. 10 left. 2-6-0 for the Padres and 9 left on base. Upton scored the first run of the game. Led off the game with a walk in the first inning against Ian Kennedy and scored on Freddie Freeman's double. He has struck out twice. Tried to bunt his way on the last time, awarded a sacrifice. Heavy stuff from Benoit.
Yep, and last inning only 3 pitches, so probably no problem to get that last out to start the 9th here. Nice little cut fastball. It had some cut action to it. Maybe even a slider from Joaquin.
Popped up, middle of the diamond. Jerko and Cabrera calling. Who wants it? Cabrera. One away. Center fielder is in charge in the outfield. The shortstop is in charge on the infield. Lowest bullpen ERA, National League, the Padres, 2.48. Atlanta in the 5th spot. Look at how far behind they are. Although 5th in the National League, trailing San Diego. Left field, that ball is cracked hard. Smith, a long run, makes the catch. What a pattern run by the former footballer at Ole Miss. He was on his horse and intersected perfectly to make the catch.
This is one of the reasons why I love this game. Picking up your teammates, cheering for your teammates as Smith makes the catch. Great extension at the last second, and then Joaquin Benoit. Oh, he loves a good play, just like any other pitcher behind him. Position player like Seth Smith squeezing it for the big second out.
Here's Freddie Freeman. He went. One strike on Freeman. RBI double, walked, grounded out, struck out. 1 for 3 tonight. His run batted in 60 on the season. He's just behind Justin Upton for the club lead. Upton on deck with 63. Shift is on. Stride. Slider. Jerko in shallow right field. 3 infielders. Velarde moves over on the right side. Cabrera closer to second base than third. And he beats it anyway with a line shot to center. So a couple of well-hit balls off Benoit here in the ninth. Fortunately, LaStella's drive caught by Smith and left. Freeman with that bullet to center with 2 outs, and that brings up Justin Upton.
Tried to sneak a fastball by him, and Freddie Freeman was all over it. First pitch, little breaking ball. It looked like a changeup, and then actually, you know what? That almost looked like a changeup out of the hand. Now that we have the luxury of the Phantom Cam, you can really see the grip on that baseball.
So a 2-out single in the ninth inning here for Atlanta. Upton has walked, struck out, and grounded out twice. So for 3. That's a balk. And that could be very crucial here. That moves the go-ahead score into second base as Benoit broke his hands, I believe. We'll have to double check it.
Well, this is real time in contact with the rubber. Did you see how he kind of started and then stopped and then stepped back? Once you start your motion, you got to come set, step off. He started, stopped, and then stepped off.
So Upton there with a tiebreaker out at second base. 96 on a miss. There's Craig Kimbrell, the fireballing closer for Atlanta. Mr. Strikeout. Two outs. Freeman at second. A single and a balk.
Boy, Joaquin's got the good fuzz on the fastball. 96.
But falls behind Upton 2-0. Jason Hayward on deck.
That's only the second balk in the career of Joaquin Benoit. That's unbelievable. Think about it.
Two and one.
This guy's got 12 years in the big leagues. Knock it down, buddy's saying. Knock it down, infielders. You're diving. You're getting dirty, preventing that ball from going to the outfield on the ground.
Freeman, a 2-out single. The balk to second. 2-2 the score here in the ninth. And the 2-1 pitch coming up. High pop up, shallow and right center. Amarista wants it. And the inning comes to an end. The Padres will have Amarista, Cabrera, Solarte in the bottom of the ninth. tie, bottom of the ninth. Here's our Bill Howe plays of the game. 2-2 tie, and Gaddis the go-ahead score at third. Medica makes the play on the strong bunt from Simmons, and Rivera with a good play to receive the ball and make the tag for the out as the Braves unable to get this go-ahead run. And then the ninth inning with one out, Tommy La Stella tied into one, a line drive to deep left center, and Seth Smith runs a perfect pattern and snares it for a big out. That ball goes through. Joaquin Benoit knows could be the ball game, and indeed Freddie Freeman hit next and singled to center field. Bottom of the ninth, and the new pitcher is one of the new faces in the Atlanta roster, James Russell from the Cubs. Those are his numbers in Chicago.
You see the lefties almost hitting 300 off James Russell. Righties a little bit more difficult at 103. 4-pitch pitcher, fastball, changeup, slider, curveball. Not overpowering, has to rely on location. Only hits about 91 on a good day from James Russell.
And there again, better success against right-handers than going left against left. Amarista sacrificed his only at bat back in the seventh inning.
Here's one of the reasons, not the main reason, but it might be one of the reasons why you see those splits. Because against lefties on lefty here, Russell, probably everything's away, middle away. Doesn't pitch in enough to left-handed hitters.
2-0. Three and 0. Got Russell and infielder Emilio Bonifacio gave away one of their young catchers. Running up and taking strike one is Amarista, 3-1. That's just to give Russell something to look at. Taken all away. Trying to get on to lead off this ninth inning. Amarista, 3-1, and he does. Oh, that ball well out of the strike zone. Oh my. That ball up around the chin of Amarista. That's ball 4.
Wow.
So it's 3-2. And Amarista gets a base hit anyway. Leans out and just punches that one to center field. The winning run's aboard.
He sure is fun to watch. You got to erase the last pitch, and you got to hang tough. He takes the breaking ball into right center field. Nicely done. That's a great at bat.
Everett Cabrera now figures that Cabrera's up there to sacrifice.
Hit him over.
0 for 4 tonight after going 4 for 5 last night. Cabrera. Johnson coming in from third, charging hard. Freeman has to hold the runner, so the bunt placement is to the first base side.
Right, and as soon as Russell lifted that leg, Cabrera squared around the bunt. I mean, it's a given anyway in this situation. The home team, bottom of the ninth here, get that runner over to scoring position.
Cabrera leads the Padres with 7 sacrifice bunts. Fouls that one at the plate. Jan Solarte, big hit in the 7th inning, tied up the game with a single to left field and then scored the go-ahead run on a wild pitch. He's on deck. Cabrera trying to get that winning run to second, give Solarte and Smith a chance to win it here in the ninth. Perfect bunt. Perfect bunt. Might even be a hit. They just do get him by a stride. Well done. Cabrera will be greeted favorably when he hits the dugout. That brings up Solarte back in the 7th inning. 2 outs, and he drives that single to left field to tie the game. And later would score himself on a wild pitch. Right here, and Solarte made it 2-1. With his hand on both runs, and he's not going to get a chance to swing. They're going to walk him intentionally. That sets up the possible double play, but also brings up Seth Smith. And a key single in that 2-run 7th inning. Just in case Russell fires a wild one, Amarista keeping his head in the game. 1st and 2nd down for Seth Smith. He's fly to left, line to left, line to right, and single to center.
Well, you got to like this situation, don't you?
Perfect. The best hitter in the lineup, Seth Smith, with a chance to win it.
And we talked about the splits, how lefties are hitting much better than righties off of James Russell. Sure, Seth Smith has a plan here. Middle away. That tends to be the trend for Russell against lefties. Breaking balls away, fastballs away. And with that said, Dick, look at the way the outfield has shifted. They played to go that way in the outfield.
Big hole on the left side of the infield. Good speed, Amarista carrying the winning run. Ball 1. Him up. Simmons, the shortstop. 2 away. Well, it'll be up to Jed Jerko. Jerko has reached safely 3 times tonight without a hit. He's walked twice and hit by a pitch. And Freddie Gonzalez is going to go out and bring in the right-hander Kimbrel. So Jerko has the honor of facing the flame-throwing Kimbrel. Seemingly strikes out every batter he faces. I mean, Padres saw him in Atlanta, 3 up, 3 down, all on strikeouts.
So Jed Jerko is going to have to turn up the dial. He knows what Kimbrel is all about. Hey, let the ball come to him. Try not to overswing. Just try to barrel it up, hit it hard somewhere, and take your chances. We talked about Kimbrel and what he does as far as velocity wise. Get up to about 100, 95 to 100. He's got that power slurve. It's not really a curveball. It's not really a slider. It's kind of in between, but it is a power. He can get up to 89 miles an hour.
No, it's David Carpenter, not Craig Kimbrel, that's coming in here to pitch to Jerko. Here's the play that Tommy Medica makes on the strong bunt. Squeeze play, and Gaddis carrying the go-ahead score, nailed by Rivera at the plate.
Hey, he threw me a 3-2 curveball too. I thought it was Kimbrel when he was walking out, running out.
So David Carpenter, not Kimbrel. With the winning run at second, carried by Amarista. Second appearance. ERA a little high, 4.03. Right-handed hitters batting .348, and Jerko, of course, a right-handed batter.
So on the road where the Padres get the last hit around, if the Braves get the lead, then you'll see Kimbrel come out and try to save it. High numbers for Carpenter as far as average against. Just showed you those.
Big matchup tomorrow. Tyson Ross, who's just been absolutely brilliant through the month of July, and he draws former Padre and San Diego native Aaron Harang. Harang having a fine season with Atlanta. He's 9-6. That's tomorrow. 12:30 Military Sunday, 12:30 our TV time here on Fox Sports San Diego. So Carpenter with runners at first and second, 2 outs. And Marista carrying the winning tally out at second base, and Jed Jerko 0 for 1 tonight. A couple of walks and a hit batsman. Chris Nelson on deck.
Good tight slider right there from Carpenter, keeping it down and away. Basically 2 pitches, fastball, slider.
Jerko's done a good job since coming back, going to right field. Ooh, good block by Gaddis. 1-1 the count. Homered to right field against the Cardinals earlier this week. Trying to put the punctuation mark on some heavy drama here at Petco Park tonight. A 2-2 tie in the bottom of the ninth, 2 on and 2 out. Chance to win it. And that one rolls to third, and Chris Johnson has it, throws him out. We go extra innings. Tied at 2, on to the 10th inning. Join us as we head to Chargers Park, chat with players, special guests about the upcoming season. On SD Live, they open the exhibition season on Thursday night against the Dallas Cowboys. So you join us on Tuesday, get the preview, Padres Live on Fox Sports San Diego of the upcoming San Diego Chargers season. Dale Thayer pitched last night in the 9th inning. Closed out the deal, gave up a hit. Making his 50th game appearance. That leads the Padres. Jason Hayward going after the first pitch. He has singled in 4 trips tonight. His single with 1 out in the 8th inning came around to score the tying run. In extra innings this year, the Padres are 4-4. The Braves, this is their 13th extra inning game. They're 5-7. Good fastball, 1-2.
Hey, Dale Thayer was the subject of one of our spin rate pitchers out of the bullpen. So I see 92, 93. sneaky fast. A lot of swings and misses.
Misses upstairs, 92. That's a little under his normal fastball, 93. Hayward, Gaddis, and Johnson for the Braves in the 10th. That ball ripped to right. Trying to cut it off is Venable, but not there in time. And a stand-up double as Hayward greets Thayer with a solid two-bagger to right. Second hit of the night for Hayward. They've missed him in the lineup out the last 4 games.
No, you make a mistake to Hayward, and he can hurt you. That ball leaks right down the middle of the plate. He wanted to bury that ball inside, kind of straighten up a little bit, and then hit the corner.
So the Braves fans here at Petco tonight have a chance to cheer. And Evan Gaddis is up.
He had 2 strikes on him as well. That was a 2-2 pitch from Dale Thayer.
Gaddis walked the last time up. He has struck out, grounded out, and flied out. Did not go. That's got to be it. He went across.
I thought he did too. Look out.
Gaddis looking into the crowd to make sure no one was hit with that line drive. That was.
Now it's an Easter egg hunt. Everybody's looking. Oh, there it is.
She's got it.
Everybody else is looking 3 seats away.
1-1 ground ball. That'll move the runner to third. 1 away. And the tiebreaker 90 feet away with 1 out, and Chris Johnson the batter. And Johnson 2 for 4 with an RBI tonight. Last night Johnson was 2 for 3. Knocked in the only run of the game for the Atlanta Braves in the 10-1 loss. So he has had himself a good series, 4 for 7.
Buddy bringing the infield in at the edge of the grass. This is really the situation where Dale Thayer has to think down in the zone. You don't want hopper.
Whoa! Out in front, Johnson, solid contact.
Doug DeCenso getting out of the way of that one.
Excellent speed there at third. Hayward. They are ahead on the count, 2 strikes. Andrelton Simmons, the shortstop, is on deck. Braves threaten to break the 2-2 tie. Inside.
And if there's going to be a breaking ball thrown right here, Rene Rivera, be on your toes to smother that one if it's in the dirt.
Here's Simmons. He tried to squeeze in the go-ahead run and bunted a bit too hard. Rivera just getting out to almost backhand that ball. 2-2. Line foul. Whoa. Johnson, another good swing. Barreled that one up and just fouled.
Down and in.
So close.
On a fastball like that, the inner part, I've always liked coming back with a changeup. If a guy's on my fastball like that, You pull the string on it, it looks like a fastball. He's going to be way out in front of it.
That's his third pitch.
There it is.
And he misses. First base open. Kimbrel back throwing again for the Braves. If they score here, we're going to see Kimbrel. And Rivera wants to go out and exchange verbally with the pitch that he wants here. We have a moment. Something happened at Coors Field tonight that has occurred only 6 times in the last 35 years. The Tigers scored at least 1 run in every inning of a 9-inning game. They beat Colorado 11-5. Every inning they scored at least 1 run. Full count. And another foul. Got in on the hands. That was off speed. Johnson mad at himself that either he thought that was ball 4 or he should have put a better swing on it. Got him swinging. Big strikeout for Thayer.
After throwing him some fastballs, some changeups, ultimately he gets him with the slider out of the zone. Front part opens up, exposed. All the power is out of that swing. Well, credit Dale Thayer with one heck of a slider right there.
2 outs.
Great pitch.
Simmons the hitter. And he whistles one foul to the right side. Walk, fly to right, grounded to third. Tried to squeeze in the run, but bunted too sharply to the first baseman at the time. Medico threw him out, threw out Gaddis at the plate. Big play in this game. Two out. Hayward at third. Foul back. Thayer ahead on the count, 2 strikes. In the dirt, blocked by Rivera. Boy, he shuttered that one, didn't he? Closed the shutters. That's the waste pitch. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Got the manager dribbling there.
Yeah, and even Buddy can't sit still during this one.
Popped him up, but that's going to be, well, might be a play, Rivera. There is a play. That ball curling back. And good pitching by Thayer with a man at third and 1 out. He strikes out Johnson and get Simmons to pop to the catcher. Oh my. Here come the Padres, bottom of the 10th. A 2-2 deadlock. 2-2 tie. First inning, Freddie Freeman, after Upton had walked, moved to second, doubles in the run, and that run kept growing taller and taller. 1-0 all the way to the Padres came to bat in the 7th inning of Santana, and Jan Solarte able to drill a single through the left side to bring in Rivera, who had singled. It's a 1-1 tie, and then Solarte eventually moved around to third, and with Jordan Walden on the mound, he dumps one in the dirt. Solarte scored. It was 2-1 Padres. Short-lived, however. In the 8th inning, after Hayward had singled, Johnson singles him home. Hayward diving under the tag of Rivera to tie it up at 2. And that's where we stand now in the bottom of the 10th inning. Chris Nelson batting for the first time for Benoit. Ball 1. Nelson, Venable, Grandal scheduled. Batting for Thayer, Chris Nelson is. One and one. Last night, Nelson with 3 hits, all singles, and 5 at bats. And he's had success against the man he faces, David Carpenter. '97. Left fielder Justin Upton. If you hit it over his head, it's going to be in the seats. He's almost on the warning path and left. Two balls, 2 strikes.
Looks like fastball away possibly right here.
Struck him out. 97 again. 1 out in the bottom of the 10th. Will Venable.
97 octane gas coming right at you. Letter high. Tough to lay off.
Yeah, you barrel up those 97-mile-an-hour fastballs, they can tend to go a long way. Venable a single, a walk. Flied out and struck out. Eased up, 95. And he too has had success against Carpenter, 2 for 2. Willie Blair, bullpen coach, going over the hitters for Tim Stauffer. If the Padres fail to score, on the 11th, and Stauffer will inherit the ball. Tried to get Venable to chase the breaking ball.
Well, Freddie Gonzalez still has pretty much a heavy bench. Laird, Gosselin from the right side, Pena, Bonifacio, switch hitters.
Ground ball weakly to first. Freeman flips to the pitcher Carpenter for the out. 2 gone. And Yasmani Grandal is the hitter. Grandal entered the game in the top of the 8th inning defensively. He walked his only time up. Well, Grandal let Medica use his bat last night. Medica homered twice and had 3 singles, 5 for 5. Maybe there's something big still left in there for Yasmani, being the generous sort that he is. Out of play. Braves have used Santana, Walden, Barbaro, Russell, and now Carpenter. Padres Kennedy, Boyer, Torres, Quackenbush, Benoit, and Thayer. These extra inning games do eat up the bullpens. Took something off. 90-mile-an-hour changeup. 0-2, Grandal. Ground ball sharply, but Freeman right there. And the Padres are out in order. We go to the 11th, tied at 2-all. And Tim Stauffer comes in to pitch. Well, we have a moment to look ahead to the baseball calendar here in early August. Atlanta finishes the homestand tomorrow. 1:10 on Military Sunday. 12:30 here on Fox Sports San Diego. Then the Padres will go to Minnesota. Off day to travel Monday. Minnesota for 2 games. Another off day. And then a weekend series in Pittsburgh, then home for just a 3-game set with Colorado, and then right back on the road to St. Louis. So August will be quite a test for the Padres. A lot of games away from Petco.
Yep.
Tim Stauffer, the 7th pitcher used by the Padres tonight.
Well, last time out for Tim was against the St. Louis Cardinals. Was back on the 31st. That was on a Thursday. The last game of the series. Pitched it in, he gave up a hit. Struck out a Redbird. And there you see the splits for Tim.
Chris Nelson goes in at first base. That's the 4th Padre to play first base tonight. Alonso, Medica, Grandal, and now Nelson. Emilio Bonifacio to pinch hit. Open the 11th inning. And he smothers one out in front of the plate. He got to hurry. Rivera's throw. Not in time. Bonifacio legs it out. A swinging bunt And the leadoff man is on.
Well, something we talk about all the time. Speed is something you can bring to the ballpark. He tops this baseball. And I don't know whether there was a little hesitation or what, but Rene Rivera gets that, fires a strike. No, it looks like Tim peels off. Looks like it was going to be Rivera's ball the whole way. Just the speed of Bonifacio, the difference in that play.
Bud Black out to talk to first base umpire Brian Knight. While Doc Roberts is on the phone back to the video room to see whether or not and Black will delay this as long as he can in the discussion to get a signal. And obviously he's safe. Should be no challenge. So the leadoff man on here in the top of the 11th inning. Let's see how Freddie Gonzalez plays it. B.J. Upton walked, struck out twice, sacrificed, and popped to short. Ball one. Braves couldn't have a better base runner. Bonifacio, good speed, good base stealer. Had 14 stolen bases with the Cubs. 2-0. A rainy day, just light rain in San Diego, unusual, early August. Kept the crowd down a little bit, but nevertheless 39,402 at the start. That's in there, 2-1.
You see, as soon as Tim Stoffer let go of that baseball, he's pouncing towards home plate, anticipating that hard bunt right back to him, so possibly getting the lead runner at second base. A quick throw to first base right here.
Squared and fouled. 2-2. Left field. Smith is there. One away. No field to sacrifice and flies out to left. B.J. Upton. Now Tommy LaStella. Infield hit. In four at bats. He had a shot to left center the last time up. That was the fine running catch made by Seth Smith. Washington shut out Philadelphia tonight, so Atlanta starting tonight 1.5 behind the Nationals, trying to stay in stride with the division leaders. LaStella takes ball one.
Well, in a game like this, you've got the great pitching of the San Diego Padres, and well, not bad pitching at all for the Atlanta Braves as well. In the extra innings, who's going to make that mistake, right? Who's going to throw the ball away wildly? Who's going to not cover a bag? There's so many things that can happen. That's why you got to maintain your concentration.
There he goes. And is it fouled? No, it's not. So that's a stolen base. Bonifacio. The hope for the Padres was that Tommy LaStella had clipped that one foul at the plate, but he just swung and missed. Had a ball in the dirt.
Yeah.
As we suggested, Bonifacio has the steal, and he's in scoring position now with one out. It's his first steal as a Brave, 15th overall this year. I thought that LaStella offered at that pitch in the dirt, but I guess not. Count now 3-0 on the scoreboard. Now 2-1. Corrected. He did offer, so 2-1 the count. Freddie Freeman on deck. Some uncertainty between Stauffer and his catcher Rivera, so they'll talk it over.
Then Everett Cabrera relayed the sign to Jed Jerko at second base. So they are on the same page. Fastball, breaking ball.
Yeah, we've reached the 4-hour mark in this one. A 2-2 tie. Three and one. And we saw in Atlanta, young LaStella has a good eye. He's walked once tonight. Three balls and a strike. That's in there. Went to the slider. Maybe a changeup.
Yeah, pitch him away, play him away. That's the way the outfield is playing with LaStella up at the plate.
Keep your eye on Bonifacio that way. Cabrera ducking in behind it, but try to keep him close, keep him honest. Full count. Fly ball, center field. Late break, Amarista, and he's able to chase it down. Throw back to second. A double play! Oh, my! It's almost as if Amarista orchestrated that. Maybe if they think I won't catch it, I'll get a double play. But he runs it down on the run. Double play. Oh, my. An unusual double play to end the top half of the inning, orchestrated by Alexi Amarista. Here it is again. As a runner at second, you figure you got a good lead here, that he may not catch it, but he does, and on the run throws a strike to second baseman Jerko for the double play. Little Alexi, he just is a good player.
He sure is, isn't he?
Put him anywhere and he'll make the play.
Yeah.
So Bonifacio doubled up. And now Amarista will get a chance to hit here after Rivera. 11th inning, but they're going to face the flame-throwing Craig Kimbrell. Kimbrell struck out the side in Atlanta against the Padres. That was the 18th time that a relief pitcher has faced only 3 men and struck out all 3, and that's the most in Major League history, surprisingly enough. 18 times he's done it. Trevor Hoffman accomplished that rare feat 15 times. Rivera, 97.
And the eyes are the numbers are just eye-popping for Kimbrel. It's like a man pitching against a little league team. It's unbelievable.
And you know basically what's coming. He'll waste the breaking ball. He's just going to rear back and throw it at you. See if you can hit it. 97 and it misses. It's hard to believe he's lost 2 games this year. 32 saves. This, of course, not a save situation. But you get Kimbrel out of the way, perhaps, for tomorrow.
Yep.
Foul back.
Well, he's a max effort guy. Pretty sound mechanically as well. That front foot down, that arm in a locked and loaded position up top, and then that torque from the bottom half of the body. Like a catapult coming right at you at about 100 miles an hour.
Slingshots that fastball up there, doesn't he? 1-2. Ground ball up the middle, and Rivera has a base hit. His second base knock tonight. Rivera, winning run is on. Padres' 8th hit on the evening.
Little slider, went out and got it. Slider speed back. Too fat of a pitch. Way to hang in there, Renee, and send it up the center of the diamond for the base knock.
Well, Rivera had the leadoff hit back in the 7th inning when the Padres scored 2 runs to not only tie but go ahead 2-1. Amarista single to center field, leading off the 9th inning. His only at bat. Check that. He did sacrifice earlier as he came in to the game in the 7th inning. And he's up there to bunt the runner along here. Well, it's a victory of sorts just to get a base hit off this guy. Like a big old condor ready to take off. Gets those wings out. 1-1.
He might give him a swing right here. 2 pitches in a row. You've got the corners crashing.
Nope. 2-1. Amarista hitting out of the 9th hole. Cabrera, the leadoff man, on deck. Kimbrel, only 26 years of age.
See if Alexia can deaden that ball down that first base line with Freddie Freeman holding on the runner.
Low ball 3. Good eye. Amarista not over eager to put that bunt down, making Kimbrel throw him a strike. Rivera with his lead. Kimbrel showed his stuff to the American League in the All-Star game. He struck out the side in his 1 inning of work. Three and 1. Oh, nice bunt. Softly, delicately done. Johnson over to the first baseman covering. Sacrifice for the second time tonight. Amarista.
That's Purdy, isn't it?
It really is. Just softened the bat.
He couldn't have deadened that ball any better. Nice going, Alexi.
He's improved in that department, hasn't he?
Yep.
So the winning run in scoring position with one out here in the 11th inning. Cabrera and Solarte with a chance to send the fans home with a victory tonight and win another series. The Padres have won their last 2 home series, taking 2 out of 3 from the Mets, 2 out of 3 from the Cardinals. Shortened up on the bat. Cabrera try to make contact. Whoa! Not that kind of contact. A breaking ball inside. To the left side. But Amarista, no. That's Rivera gets caught. The ball would have been a base hit, but Rivera got caught in no man's land. And that was a tough call for Rivera. What do you do there? Is the ball going to go through?
Well, there's no way he's going to score if it goes through, right?
No.
So, and it's easy to to look back at the play and once again, it's the winning run, and Rene gets a little froggy out there. He holds his ground, and as soon as he sees Simmons with the act of throwing, he realizes at the last second, you know what, he's throwing behind me. By that time, it's too late.
It's ruled a single for Cabrera.
But what a great play by Simmons.
Yeah, he is good. So a couple of hits off Kimbrel. Cabrera, 14 steals. Solarte, the big hit in the 7th inning when the Padres scored their 2 runs. There he goes. Oh, Solarte fouls it off, and Cabrera had it stolen. 0-2. Rivera singled, sacrificed to second. Cabrera with a single to deep short, but Rivera caught off second base, so 2 out and 2 strikes on Solarte.
Fastball away.
Runner goes high, throw to second, out. Colbreth punches out Cabrera, and the inning comes to an end. 2 outs made at second base in the 11th inning. Inning of frustration for the Padres. Simmons applying the tag. Cabrera thinks he's safe. And here comes Bud Black out to talk to umpire Colbreth. Bang, bang at second. See what Roberts' signal he gives to Buddy Black. And there will not be a replay. Unusual inning on both sides. Double play for Atlanta. 2 outs at second for the Padres. 12th inning. Cabrera so close to stealing second. And Freeman leads off with his 3rd consecutive hit. He singled in the 7th, doubled in the 10th, and now leads off the 12th with another base hit. Tough man to get out. That'll bring up Evan Gattis. Check that. Brings up Justin Upton.
Well, Tim Stauffer does have that two-seam fastball that he can run into Justin Upton. As you see his career numbers, 316 off the right-hander Stauffer. Playing him to pull on the left side of the infield.
A line drive left center field. There goes Freeman on his way to third. Gattis into second with a double. And with no one out, the Braves threaten to break this 2-2 tie. Upton rather with that double to left center.
Well, it looked like a breaking ball out of the hand of Tim Stauffer. Just catching too much of the plate. He goes down and gets it. Kind of speeds up his bat a little bit. And just like that, the Braves are in order with 2 runners in scoring position. And now a lot of work from Tim Stauffer.
Well, you can't keep a man like Upton quiet for a game this long, and he has his first hit, second and third. We'll see whether or not they put Hayward aboard to set up a double play, and they're going to do exactly that.
Well, that last pitch, I'm not sure if it was a changeup or a breaking ball. It was definitely something off speed, and he went down and got it.
Longest game of the season for the Padres as they've surpassed the 4-hour 14-minute mark. Game at Washington back in April. But a heap of trouble for the Padres and Stauffer here in the top of the 12th inning with the bases now loaded, and Evan Gattis coming to the plate. Bud Black going to the mound.
Majority of the time when Buddy goes out in a situation like this, he wants to emphasize, we have to get an out here. Ground ball, he'll go over every scenario. Okay, guys, gather in. He's the one doing all the talking right here. Make a good pitch, get an out. Got to go to the plate.
The old 1-2-3 double play.
That'd be the perfect one, wouldn't it?
You bet. Braves with less than 2 outs are 333 with the bases loaded. And they've got a power man at the plate, Gattis, but he's also a double play candidate. He's 0 for 4 tonight with a walk.
You know, even if those infielders of the Padres you dive for a ball, you got to come up fire into the plate. Off balance, get it to the plate, roll it there. See if you can beat the runner. It's a force. And there they are. Everybody's in.
Ball 1 starts with a breaking ball. Again, Stauffer. He's punished the right-hander. 2 for 2, a home run and 3 runs batted in. Ground ball to third. The plate at the plate for 1. Back to first base. Double play! 5, 2, 3. Made to order. 1 hopper to Solardi at third. He fires to the plate for 1. Rivera makes a good play on the backhand and back up to first baseman Chris Nelson for the double play, the second in the last 2 innings.
Boy, Buddy Black drew it up perfectly, didn't he?
Sure did.
Hey, and a nice throw from Rivera down the first base line, that throwing lane. That's not as easy to throw as you think. You got to get your foot off the plate, create a throwing lane, and then not throw it up the back of that runner.
On the double play, Upton winds up at third. Hayward at second. And it's Chris Johnson, who is strikeout, hit, strikeout, hit, strikeout. Knocked in the tying run back in the 8th inning. That's in there, 0-2. Boy, how about the 2 double plays in the 11th inning? Amarista catching the ball in center field, an 8-4 double play, and here in the 12th inning, a 5-2-3 double play. 2 strikes the count. Upton at third. Hayward leads at second base. If he gets out of this, that's a Houdini job. Absolutely. For Stauffer. Ground ball, smothered by Nelson. The flip, he's got him. Oh my! What an inning! Nelson able to keep that ball out of right field and get the toss to Stauffer covering, and out of a bases loaded, no out jam, Stauffer wiggles free, and the Padres are still at a 2-2 deadlock. This is a circus.
Body 2-2 ball game right now in the 12th inning, and Mark Loretta and I marveling like you probably are at home at Tim Stauffer's Houdini act right there. Bases loaded, nobody out, finding a way.
Incredible. About the 5-3-1, what is that? 5-2-3 double play. Excuse me. Too. And then the nice play by Nelson there, diving and hitting that down. Unbelievable Houdini act by Stauffer. Like
Tell you what, I don't know how much first base Chris Nelson plays, but we know he plays third base, but apparently plays both corners pretty darn well. So we've got a tied ball game. How about a walk-off win right here?
Let's do it.
We'll see you guys after the final out.
All right, bottom of the 12th. Craig Kimbrell still on the mound. Solarte, Smith, and Jerko scheduled here in the home half of the 12th inning.
Dick, I don't know whether you noticed it or not, but when Tim Stauffer was covering first base here, did you see him kind of spit up the key and then kind of wiggle it behind him to undo the handcuffs? Nicely done, Tim Stauffer, getting the ground ball there and for the double play.
1-1 as Solarte goes for the winner.
There's Harry.
Yeah, he was chained in the box, and they were dropping him into 30 feet of water, and he got out of it. Solarte, a big base hit back in the 2-run 7th inning. 98, just missed, 2-1. 3-1. Well, Kimbrel hardly invincible in his 11th inning of pitching. Gave up a couple of hits, but the Padres making 2 outs at second base. Rivera caught in a jam, wandering too far, and Cabrera thrown out stealing. Power against power, and Kimbrel wins that one.
Yeah, that was the pitch there. It was a fastball, straight fastball right down the middle. A 3-1 count. This is the hack you like to see. Let's take another look. Down the middle, just swung underneath it. It was Reggie Jackson-like down to one knee.
Ball 4. A leadoff walk. Is that an omen? Brings up Seth Smith. Fastball hitter. Going to have Seth Smith bunt here?
I would, yeah.
Swinging. Strike 1. Started him with a slider. Smith has not sacrificed all season.
Just about to say that. You're absolutely right.
He went around. Didn't have to appeal at third. Umpire Reynolds throws up the right hand. 2 strikes the count.
Of course, Seth Smith probably the best hitter, hitting .292 going to this game, so it's power against the best hitter rather than giving himself up. Buddy electing to have him swing.
And he strikes him out. 99 on that fastball.
Up the ladder again. Even though Kimbrel misses with location big time, Gaddis set up down and away. This one leaps up and in, and tough to catch up.
That is the first strikeout for Kimbrel. Jed Jerko 0 for 2. A fly ball and a ground out. A couple of walks and a hit batsman. He's been aboard 3 times. Chris Nelson on deck.
Well, when his off-speed pitch is 85, I mean, there are a lot of pitchers that throw fastball at 85.
Goes to the slider, 1-1.
He'll throw that breaking ball to 89. Sometimes he'll wrap it a little more, give it a bigger break. Sometimes he'll just work around it a little bit. A harder pitch and a sharper break.
Nick Vincent getting loose. Another 98-mile-an-hour fastball. That gets away, and on to second goes Solarte. Well, the Padres have the winning run run in scoring position. Gaddis mad at himself for not blocking that. It's a wild pitch.
It's a breaking ball. You know what? He tried to backhand or the fingers down rather than towards the ground. Tried to pick it like a first baseman rather than burying himself in front of it. That's what he was upset about.
Now a single can win it. 2-2 the count on Jerko. Three and two. Padres are 2 for 12 runners in scoring position tonight. Here's another chance to win it. 39,402. Those that have stayed are in the game. Ball 4. A couple of walks from Kimbrel here in the 12th. That'll bring up Chris Nelson.
Well, the next pitch will be number 30 for the closer for the Atlanta Braves, Kimbrel, and the ratio almost even.
The most he's ever thrown in relief, 38 pitches. So here comes number 30. Solarte at second. Jerko at first. 1 out. Solarte carrying the winning run. Chris Nelson struck out his only at bat. Ball 1. Just made a big play at first base to save a run.
So now maybe he could drive in a run, right?
Actually saved 2 runs with that dive and smother at first base and ending the top half of this inning. Up high. 2-0.
A nice job laying off that high heat. Okay, even a broken bat flare down the right field line, right?
He says, begging on one knee.
Any old kind of a run. Doesn't have to be pretty.
You got to figure you're going to get a fastball here, 2-0. Just crank it up, let it fly. That's what he did. 99. Could smell fumes on that one.
Right down the middle again, challenging him.
2 balls and a strike. Solarte trying to win it. Get him around. Two and 2. Will Venable is on deck. Inside, full count. And the pitch count for Kimbrel approaching a career high. Ball 4 and the bases are loaded. All on walks. Solarte walked. Jerko walked with 1 out. Nelson loads him up with the 3rd free ticket of the inning. And it's up to Will Venable. Winning run 90 feet away. Only 1 out here in the bottom of the 12th inning.
Pitching coach Roger McDowell out to have a chat, maybe a little scouting report. What do you want to throw first pitch here? I mean, they've got every possibility that they go over. If you miss with the first pitch, what do you want to throw the second pitch?
hard as Kimbrel throws, thinking of all possibilities here, you would think it'd be mighty tough to bunt him. But that might come into play here. Bases loaded. Although the infield now is drawn in. Well, the Padres got themselves out of a bases loaded no-out jam in the top half of the inning. Now bases loaded on walks, 1 out. Venable in the driver's seat. Ball 1. And Kimbrel, 98. And the next pitch will equal his career high in relief. Bases loaded, 1 out. Line drive, right field. Over the head of Hayward, and the Padres win it. Venable comes through. 3-2. What a game. 12-inning victory. Will Venable drives in the winner. A line drive over Hayward's head. Even if he had caught it, they would have tagged and scored, but a solid shot. And Venable gives the Padres a hard-earned 3-2 12-inning win. And nothing like the walk-off, and Venable puts a great swing on a fastball delivery from Craig Kimbrel. And the Padres have beaten one of the game's very best relievers, and Jan Solarte again in both scoring innings, the man who got it started. A single in the 7th inning and a walk to start things in the 12th. 3 walks with 1 out, and then Venable delivering on a 1-1 pitch. Oh my. So the Padres have taken another series, and their play since the All-Star break continues to sparkle, and Bud Black and the team getting ready to celebrate. Cabrera taking the champagne out, getting ready for Venable. He's set up. Jesse Agler there with the interview. Nice going, Jesse.
Yeah. Nice and cold. Will Venable. It's orange. Smells like orange. Bases loaded, 1 out. Craig Kimbrel, you know he's going to be a hard thrower. Take us through the at-bat.
Just a lot of good at-bats before me. Really just trying to put a ball in play, see what happens. End up working out for us.
You're swinging the bat. Played for you.
Feels good, just trying to keep it going. Hopefully we can do that.
That about one of the weirder games you've ever been a part of as a Padre?
Yeah, no one could make their move, It was tough to push runs across tonight, and luckily our pitching staff did a great job keeping us in the game.
All right, go towel off. Congratulations.
All right, thanks.
All right, Dick, Will Venable and some orange Gatorade.
All right, well done, Jesse. Under pressure and power. Hey, that matches your tie. And the Padres have won it tonight. The final score 3-2. Let's go to Padres Live and Mike Pomerantz.
Well, guys, that was sure exciting.